sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi, I'm Levon Aronian.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Anish Giri.
Grandmaster Adiman Bhaskar.
Grandmaster Hans Zeman.
Grandmaster Lim Quang Le.
Ivan Šarić, former European champion.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, the d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Baer said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi everyone, it's Sam Shankland. I'm back here with Chessable. I just released a brand new course, the Chess Calculation Workbook, that I hope everyone will check out. But that's also not the only reason I'm here today. I did a couple Endgame masterclasses last month after doing the video for Endgame Strategy, the updated version by Shereshevsky. And they were wildly popular and everyone loved them, so we're going to do a couple more. And in these classes, I'm going to go over actually a couple of my own games, but games that I played recently, and particularly games that I played right after recording this Chessable Masterclass and after recording this Endgame Strategy, and when all these themes were fresh in my head, where I was able to grind people out in some nice endgames. So this will be held in the Chessable Classroom, which is a digital classroom where you can ask me questions, I can give you quizzes and more stuff like that. And if you'd like to sharpen your endgame skills and take part in an interactive class with me, now's your chance, and I look forward to seeing you in class.
Oh, he will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
Isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi, I'm Leko Iranian.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof.
Grandmaster Adiman Bhaskar.
Grandmaster Hans Ziemann.
Grandmaster Lim.
Ivan Šarić, former European champion.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, he takes d4, good move, this d takes e4, the d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Baer said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi everyone, it's Sam Shankland. I'm back here with Chessable. I just released a brand new...
Hello everybody, and welcome. I know, I can imagine your faces already. Where's Tanya? Unfortunately, guys, Tanya couldn't make it, but yours truly is here to guide you through all the action. Yes, it is the semi-finals of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. We are right in the heart of the business end of this tournament, and we've got two semi-finals for you today, and of course we're looking forward to some fantastic chess, some great matchups as well. Before we talk about those, of course, who else would be here beside me except my good buddy, the Oracle, my idol, the one and only Peter Leko. Peter, this should be a fun day.
Yeah, hi Lawrence. Hello everyone. Definitely it's fun day. I mean, Vincent in the semifinals playing against Magnus Carlsen. I mean, I have to reveal one big secret. I haven't been as calm as today for a very long time when Vincent is playing. I simply feel like, okay, playing against the world champion Magnus Carlsen, this is a big bonus. I mean, there is just absolutely zero pressure on Vincent. Let him enjoy the match and let him learn, and let's see what will be the result.
Yeah, totally agree. Vincent playing against Magnus in one of the semifinals. It was an interesting day yesterday because Vincent, I felt, was very, very convincing. And then, Levon is having massive problems against Magnus recently. If I think of all their recent encounters, Magnus has got the upper hand really a large majority of the time. In fact, I can't remember the last time Levon beat Magnus properly in a match. He wins this first game, and then the collapse in game 2, Peter, was just shocking to me. Bishop d3 allowing castles long. What's going on? Levon just not able to. There's some psychological issue at the moment, I feel, against Magnus. Do you agree? What does he need to correct?
Yeah, it's very interesting because I mean he won a very big first game with the black pieces, exactly. And after this there is just absolutely no reason why to play the way he played. I mean the move Bishop d3 was just unexplained. Already some of his other decisions were a little bit strange, because he made a couple of strange moves, but this move Bishop d3. Can you imagine if you would have played the move Bishop d3 against Levon in a blitz game? What kind of trolling you would have been getting from him?
I mean, he would have called me a donkey. He would have got all kinds. I can just see it now. And so it was just so strange to me that he had this moment of just madness, really. And then after that, he was just not able to recover psychologically, and Magnus won the rest of the games. So Magnus deservedly in the semifinals, playing against Vincent. The other semifinal is also very interesting because, Leko managed to beat Neiman in a very hard fought match, and Arjun Erigaisi managed to come through, but not without his own trials and tribulations against Christopher Yu, who the lowest rated in the tournament, had a fantastic tournament to qualify first of all, and then take Arjun all the way to the wire, basically taking him to the Blitz playoff. Arjun had to win it in the Blitz. So Arjun against Leko in the second semifinal, Magnus against Vincent Kmar in the first. Very interesting. I feel as though we have two matchups, Peter, where would you say that the styles are a bit more aligned, that they're a bit more similar, perhaps, to other potential matchups?
Yeah, that's actually absolutely true. I mean, for example, Magnus and both Vincent, they like to play strategical games. Yeah, so basically it really comes down to the fact that who will get the position they are enjoying, because if, for example, Vincent gets his positions, and he can just quietly play chess, I think he has real chances to put up a great fight. On the other hand, of course, this is the biggest danger facing a Magnus, because Magnus has such a wide range of openings. He's always very specifically choosing something which is the most unpleasant for the opponent. So if Magnus is managed to somehow get Vincent out of his balance, out of his comfort zone right in the openings, then it could be a very tough match for Vincent. So I think actually, of course, Magnus is the big favorite and he's a brilliant player. I still feel like it will be very important to see how the openings are going.
Yeah, I agree. I think if Vincent gets his kind of positions that he likes, he's a very difficult person to beat. And even at his very young age, he's got a level of maturity to his game, which is quite outstanding. And of course, Magnus is huge favorite today, but Vincent has got a chance. If he gets one of his positions, especially with white, where he can just grind and improve and put Magnus under pressure, there's no reason why Vincent can't win a game today. In the other semi-final, Peter, who do you like in that one. That is a very tough one to call, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Also, as you said, yeah, that both players are very focused, yeah, very determined. They are like excelling in this Champions Chess Tour. Both of them are very successful in this format. So this 15 minutes plus 10 seconds and the match format and everything suits them perfectly. They are also capable of playing quite quickly, both of them. So I don't think that anyone will really get problems on the clock. Yeah, they are both known to be quite fast players. Of course, to me, because I know Liam so much more than Arjun. Yeah, Arjun is still a youngcomer and like this, and I already have some tremendous respect for Liam for the last 12 years, I think, or maybe even more. I played my very first game against him in 2010 in Dortmund, or was it already? Yeah, 2010, exactly 12 years ago. I know that he has won the Aeroflot Open twice back then already, so a very dangerous player. Arjun, of course, in the last 1.5 years had an incredible run, but I still haven't seen him so much in action. And his yesterday match, I mean, he was always impressive of getting the lead, but then he always let Christopher bounce back. So I'm not exactly sure yet how stable he is.
Yeah, he showed a few. He wasn't so convincing yesterday, was he? I mean, he was, as you said, he won and then he lost and then he won and then he lost. And, you know, to not be able to basically put the match away against a younger player who I think Christopher is younger, actually.
Yeah, Christopher is 15.
Christopher is only 15. So to not be able to finish the match, like, you know, is showing again that Arjun still has got quite a bit of work to do. There are other players in this tournament where you would just be 100% sure that, you know, Christopher is just not going to be able to win on demand in that situation. But he got the job done in the end, and we're going to see today exactly how he does against the experienced Liam Lequang. Really, really interesting matchups. Of course, we're going to be checking out all of your good chats. I'm keeping an eye on the Chess24 chat today. You can see Vincent there is already, I think that's him live, or is that just a photo? I think that's him actually moving.
I think it's him, yeah.
He's just being very, very still. That is not Magnus Carlsen, I don't think. In the picture up there, I think we're waiting for him to join. The game should be kicking off any second now. I think we have to go with Carlsen Kamer.
Well, we wanted to go. However, Magnus is not yet there and the other game has started already. So we're going to keep an eye on the other game as long as the Magnus game does not start.
All right.
And it's a Catalan.
Well, it's a Catalan. You're one of the openings you've done most work on, would you say, in chess?
Quite a lot, of course, mainly with the black pieces, but also from the white side. Like I think in 2006, I felt like it's time to really get to know it from the white side as well. And we are seeing the variation which Magnus has started to implement this year, not during the match last year in Dubai, but afterwards. Yeah, immediately right in Vaikanze, he played knight e3 against Anish Giri. He won a very important game. And afterwards, also in the Champions Chess Tour, in the very first event in the Ertings Masters against Jan, he played this. Yeah, it's very fashionable. Black takes on a3 and goes bishop d7. Yeah, this is the key maneuver. You immediately want to get the bishop to the diagonal. Yeah, knight e5, bishop c6 played. Will be a big theoretical battle, but as promised, the Magnus Carlsen match has started. And let's take a look. What do we have here? So anti-Catalan by Carlsen. I mean, he goes d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, and g3. This special move order. I think it was the move order that Radek played against Vincent in the tour in the preliminaries. The aim is to kind of delay, because Vincent is known to play the bishop b4 check variation. So just to highlight that, so c4, e6, knight f3, d5. G3, bishop b4 check is Vincent's main weapon, and he played something similar, I think, in the preliminaries against Magnus. And Magnus knows this very well, so he wants to stop the bishop b4 check opportunity. he plays with g3. If black, for example, plays exactly the same system that Arjun is playing now against Liam, then it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, then you just basically transpose to the main Catalan and that's it. However, for all the players who play bishop b4 check, this move order is quite important. And after g3, now Vincent deviates with bishop f5, c4, e6, knight c3, h6. Wow, honestly, I don't know if this is theory. I have never seen this before.
I mean, this makes sense, but on the other hand, you have to be concerned about some very early queen b3 now, right? For example, you tend to want to include cd, but let's just say we go queen b3 immediately. I mean, what's going on here? Well,
definitely, if you haven't analyzed the position, you just think like, no way black can play like this, because after queen b3 there will be a problem on b7. Yeah, the only problem is that when your opponent blitzes this out, then you assume that, aha, okay, so what, maybe all this knight c6 business is working nicely, otherwise my opponent would never play like this. And then unless you see that your opponent is probably bluffing, then you just don't want to enter. Yeah, for example, black plays knight c6, and how does white continue then?
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Because now on queen takes b7, you've got this knight b4 idea, and actually you could be losing here all of a sudden as white.
Yeah, and Magnus actually opted for bishop g2 first. Yeah, exactly, bishop g2, but now Vincent was able to get c6, and queen b3 already is met by queen b6. And we are getting some Reti kind of endgame. Yeah, it really feels like it's some Reti endgame. Takes, bishop e7 on the board. Usually one argues that if white gets here b4, b5 in time, then it's very good for white. Yeah, that's the common knowledge in this opening. But for some reason, Vincent blitzes out bishop e7. It means that he's not worried of b4 yet. Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. He must have done some work here, because b4, b5 has been known to be the kind of antidote to just playing like this as black. So
yeah, I'm expecting that maybe a timely knight e4 is the idea. Yeah, that you try to eliminate the knight on c3 so that b4, b5 won't really happen so effectively.
Yeah, maybe that's the move there. Just knight e4, and if b5 you take on c3.
Yes, I mean you can take.
You can take. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but then we just take with the knight on c6, and we say thank you very much. This knight is lovely, and after b takes c3, now white's pawn structure is also spoiled. There is no worry for black. The bishop on f5 is wonderful. So I'm guessing that this is the idea, that b4 is met by knight e4.
Yep.
And then, okay, we are into some kind of a Reti structure, which Vincent does play from the black side. Yeah, he plays quite a lot of classical Reti with d5, knight f6. So will be interesting to see how this develops. Yeah, bishop f4 on the board. Maybe this is not a good moment to jump to the other game and see what was the development.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, so we left it here after b takes a3, bishop d7. It's one of those most confusing pawn structures, right? That, okay, white has sacrificed the pawn. He has also voluntarily doubled his pawns, but black has given up his dark square bishop. Yeah, and then the two bishops are always very big asset in this position. I mean, the bishop on c1, bishop on g2 are very serious pieces. I think that the really surprise is somehow the move knight e5, because it wasn't Magnus's main reaction. I think Magnus was doing a4, and then bishop c6, bishop a3, something like this, and rook e8. All kinds of double-edged, interesting compensation positions featured in Magnus's games. But here, Liam plays the old move knight e5, which was supposed to be harmless. So I'm guessing that actually he came up with some new idea. Bishop c6, knight takes c6, knight takes c6, bishop b2. So, okay, white protects the pawn. He tries to target the c4 pawn. Now black starts this journey with the knight. Knight d5, a4. Very useful a4 to stop any kind of b5s. Yeah, after knight d5, black was already threatening to go b5. Queen d6, queen c1, rook fd8. So giving up the c4 pawn, but okay, probably there was no real good way to protect it, because knight b6 might run into some bishop a3 ideas. Maybe even take, no, yeah, I mean that bishop a3 first. And afterwards, okay, we can decide how we, I mean, knight b4 you don't really want to do because you will be pinned forever, yeah, after a5. This is just too dangerous. So of course, Arjun is not interested. He just goes rook fd8, healthy move, and also stepping out of these bishop a3 ideas. Queen takes c4. He feels like, okay, with knight b6, I'm hitting both the a4 and the d4 pawns. Yeah, it's very logical. And he's also blitzing everything. Does he know? Maybe he knows. Queen c2, knight takes d4, takes, and that's the current position now.
Yeah, it looks very toothless, doesn't it? Bishop b7, rook b8. This just doesn't look like much at all for white.
Yeah, some very, very little. I mean, okay, but also for the moment, the a4 pawn is hanging, of course, c7 pawn as well. But the big question is, do you put the bishop on? I feel like if white wants something from the position, he needs to try the move bishop c6.
Yeah. Yes. And just keep that pawn, but I find it very difficult to believe that black has got serious problems here.
Yeah, well, it would also be unfair. Yeah, black plays a classical line, white plays a sideline, and then white gets advantage. I mean, okay, which world are we living at?
Totally agree.
Yeah, but okay, bishop. I feel like bishop c6 is a move that keeps some life in the game. Yeah, because you keep the pawn on c7. You just want to play, for example, some rook a c1. You still keep the a4 pawn, which could be eventually these double a pawns are very useful. Yeah, just to illustrate something that it's not exactly not correct what I'm showing. I just want to highlight something. So a5, and then if black knight goes to d5, we're also going to play a3, stopping knight b4. With e3, we are kicking away the queen, and then we try to place the rooks somewhere cleverly. It has some poison, yeah, because white can control some squares, but at the moment, black seems to be way too active. I mean, his rooks are already ready to join the party on the open files. Bishop c6 on the board.
Yeah.
So
yeah, difficult to say exactly what. So finding black's next move is a bit more tricky. Like, what is the way? So a5 might exist. What about queen e5? Just getting out the way of rook d1 and saying, I'm preventing a5 and improving the queen. Is it a ridiculous move? Probably not.
No, I think it's a decent move. I mean, also one thing clear that you want to create some luft. I don't know if h6 or g6 is the most natural one, and that the right time to jump with the knight to d5. Yeah, this is actually, in this regard, queen e5 was also quite smart because you also protect the c7 pawn. Yeah, so after knight d5, bishop d5, you don't have to worry about how do you recapture because pawn on c7 is protected.
Exactly.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe queen e5 is a nice, clever little move. It's also the big question: what's white's next move? Yeah, it's how do we play, because white wants something from the position. Yeah, that's the point. Just making a move and agreeing to equality isn't really the plan.
Yeah. Should we go back to the Carlsen game? Let's see if some progress has been made there. And wow, okay. Well, Vincent has run the G pawn down the board, gaining a few tempi, it seems.
Yes, but at the same time, I feel like Magnus has achieved something, because let's go back. Yes, so c5 takes, bishop e7, bishop f4, knight b7. Now the move b4 was played, and Vincent kicked that bishop away immediately. It's kind of always a big question, because usually you want to push this g5, but I mean, the question is that what will happen later. Yeah, so bishop e3, a6. Now, again, for some reason, Vincent thinks that after b5, this is not a problem. And Magnus is not interested in trying to find out why Vincent thinks it's not a problem. Instead, he goes h4, because he feels that this h4 is so important. Yeah, that before he castles, he wants to make use of his rook on h1 so that black will be forced to play g4. Now he opts for knight d2. He wants b5. He wants some knight b3, knight a5 ideas. Eventually can return with his bishop to f4 after creating the f4 square for the bishop. And also black has some problem with his king because the h6 pawn is hanging. Yeah, so Vincent is trying to break in the center with e5.
Yeah, I think this was basically the main idea, but after knight b3, I don't quite see what Vincent is trying to do here.
You just ignore and you go knight b3.
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, if e4, I have knight d4.
Okay, but then you give me the chance to play e4 or you don't care. Yeah?
But now knight a5 and you can't defend.
Well, I need to castle long, yeah?
Oh, wow, you want to castle long, but you're probably
I did not say I want, I need to, yeah? That's those are two different things.
Yeah, you probably don't survive here. I would assume.
But okay, the bishop on g2 is logged out of the game. Of course, you will try to get bishop f4 easy and then bishop f1. And I understand all kinds of sacrifices looming in there. It doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
In any case, Magnus captured on e5 quite quickly.
Well, okay.
Interesting that he did not even want to consider the alternative of knight b3.
He probably wants to put the bishop on d4. Just play bishop d4 here, for example. And
yes, definitely he wants to do this. I mean, it was also the very first thing that when I saw e5, it was my main question. So takes bishop d4, and then what happens? Because, I mean, let's not forget that white, okay, probably not with the king on e1, but white can just castle and then also open up position with e4 if, for example, the knight from f6 moves to d7. And yeah, it feels like Magnus really, that's what we talked about, yeah, that Magnus is so clever with his move orders that it seems like he finds the weak spot of Vincent, yeah, and puts him under pressure.
yeah, this is not going to be fun, I think, for Vincent. But there have been worse positions.
Yeah, been worse positions, and okay, it's also probably typically a position that white needs to be energetic. Yeah, if white just gives some time for black to consolidate, then black should be fine. But somehow I feel like, wow, and now Magnus goes b5. Okay, it's very interesting that he did not want to play b5 in that position. Now that situation opened in the center, now he feels that it's the right time for b5. Yeah. Again, the problem what we talked about, that the king, where does it go? Because the pawn on h6 is hanging.
Yeah, already this is a bit unpleasant, actually. I don't see... Oh, I don't see a clear way here for Vincent, a clean way to proceed.
Yeah, there is no clean way. I mean, and actually this b5 is kind of annoying. Yeah, that you have to make up your mind with black. And it's not obvious exactly how we want to, I mean, what we can, not what we want, but what we can do. Not easy.
Not easy at all. All right, we're going to have to let Vincent stir there. What about the other game? That just looks like it's heading to Nicha very, very early on. I mean, it's just...
Exactly,
sure.
yeah. This is the opening, how you are hoping with the black pieces just to neutralize everything, yeah, and just make a draw against the Catalan. It looks like Liam didn't get anything. So after bishop c6, yeah, in fact, Arjun immediately jumped with knight c4. He doesn't want to give white the chance to stabilize. I was thinking that some rook d1 move might come, but it wasn't played. It's interesting that Liam thought that he can't play rook d1. I don't know exactly why. I mean, I was pretty sure that I was considering the move knight c4, and then I thought like, okay, but after rook fd1, what do I do? probably, I mean, but you know, queen c5, then already white has this bishop b5 ideas. It's a pin. That's just impossible. And okay, then where is this? I mean, you have the move knight a3.
Knight a3. I was just looking at that actually.
Yeah, but knight a3, okay, queen c1. And then you can take on d1. This is the key. I completely missed queen d1 here. With the idea that after takes, you have rook b1. Yes, this is the key move. Exactly. And then black might be just better, or who knows, maybe even winning, because if he brings his king, it's just good. Wow, we are also getting the message from Tadeusz that even knight d2, another move that we definitely have seen, but we're not sure if this pin will hold on or not. But apparently with rook b2 coming, it's working nicely. Okay, this explains, yeah, that's why Liam has opted for bishop b5, but after this already white wants nothing. He just wants to make a draw. Knight a3 takes, and that's it. I mean, black is tiny bit better. Yeah, after all, black has the files, but okay, I mean, it looks like this is completely empty. I just a dead draw.
Yeah. All right, let's switch back to the Magnus game. Knight fd7 played by Vincent. Can't have been too happy with how things are going, but does he? He has a trick after ba6. He can play knight takes c5, can he? Or bishop takes c5. So that's why Magnus plays knight b3.
Yeah, Magnus opted for knight b3, keeping the tension, yeah, protecting the c5 pawn. And the problem is that until the tension is not clarified, not released, black suddenly has no counterplay, yeah, because if ever white would somehow include this b takes c6, then one could argue that black gets counterplay on the b file, yeah, but with the b file closed, Magnus very nicely just keeping the grip. Oops, this wasn't planned. Keeping the grip, and he still has a nice little next move, castles. Yeah, it's not only that the position is unpleasant, but it's very difficult to quickly make moves for black. Yeah, that's another problem, which in rapid, maybe it's one of the most irritating things. Yeah, because you know that you're under pressure, you at least want to play quickly to put some pressure on your opponent on the clock. But in fact, here it's double pressure on Vincent.
Absolutely, yeah. And Magnus now manufacturing a couple of minutes lead on the clock. Magnus looking relaxed. Vincent's not looking as relaxed. He looks a little bit concerned to me. I don't think he's feeling particularly comfortable in this position.
Definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. I mean, he likes when he knows what he's doing and why he's doing things, and now he has to go with the flow. Yeah, he has to kind of survive the next couple of moves. Because if he survives the next couple of moves and somehow the position stabilizes, then at least he will have a clear vision what to do. Yeah, but at this very moment, this is the trickiest part, that how do you orientate? Where do you go now? What do you do with this h6 pawn? Yeah, imagine this pawn would be on g7. We would anyway be saying that white has some initiative, but then we would say, yeah, black just castles, and then you force white to make up his mind, and then we take it from there. But now he cannot make the natural move castles, and then what does he do? Losing a tempo on h5 doesn't feel right.
Not easy at all.
Yeah,
Decides to go bishop e6.
Yeah, at least stabilizes a little bit the position.
Yeah, might be a decent-ish try.
Yeah, he steps out of, yeah, because actually he was probably concerned of something like Magnus eventually will have the chance of playing takes, knight d4 jump, and then also b4 comes, yeah, because he wins the tempo on hitting the bishop, and then he will be able to protect his c5 pawn with the b4 pawn. But now with bishop e6 sidestepping, whenever white plays knight d4, then the pawn on c5 is falling. That's the idea. But for example, if Magnus just plays a short castle, then what happens?
Good question.
Yeah, let's do it. We can analyze. Let's move the pieces.
So So yeah, I mean, if I can play knight c4 without being hit by bishop d4, I'm probably doing okay, right? But bishop d4 here comes and it's annoying.
But then
So,
at least now you can castle, yeah?
yeah, let's say I castle here.
Yes, at least this is very clever because we did not waste a tempo on h pawn movement, yeah? So castles, and now finally you have to make up your mind what you do with this pawn. Yeah, castles, by the way, played by Magnus.
Okay, we might see it.
Yeah, and then, okay, something very logical would be, okay, you eventually take, and then you break with e4, opening up the bishop. But there are some, I mean, this is what Vincent is hoping for, that he's clearly worse, but eventually he might take on e4 and then go rook b8, touch the knight on b3, and then hope to liquidate somehow, yeah, that if the c5 pawn falls, b2 pawn is anyway vulnerable, then he might be able to liquidate, and he goes castles immediately.
Wow. What?
Wow.
He wants to go bishop h6, rook f8, and take back on c6 with a...
Or rook fb8 he wants.
No, this is brilliant.
fb8 he wants. Look at this. I mean, what you do with your pawn?
Oh my goodness, this is brilliant.
This is stunning. Yeah, I don't know if it's good or not, but already the idea itself is wonderful. Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
because now he hit this pawn, and after bc, then we take bc, and the rook opens up, and suddenly the two vulnerable pawns. Wow, okay, Vincent is alive. Oh,
goodness me.
Short castle, mad by short castle. Okay, nice. It's fair play, yeah? You castle, I castle.
Absolutely.
Wow, and now we also understand why bishop e6 was such a clever move. And look at this, the evolution bar just gives a very, very tiny little edge for white, if at all any.
That's fantastic. What a find. What a brilliant find by Vincent.
Yeah, well, I mean, whatever happens in this game, I will have to give big credit for these two moves, because I would have panicked, I would have just collapsed. But yeah, he's fighting. BC. Bishop takes h6. Okay, now we're gonna see rook fb8, and okay, the pawns are falling as well. Yeah, knight d4. Look at this. Computer already thinks that black is doing fine, more than fine, maybe.
Amazing. Can you imagine Vincent winning this one? Game one?
No, I don't even want to. I mean, let him play. You see, I told you I don't want to worry about this. Let's just enjoy the match and not put him any pressure. But really, at least he's now seriously getting counterplay. He's in the game.
He's absolutely in the game. Look at this.
Wow. By the way, we forgot to mention the other game ended in a draw. Yeah.
Yes.
So...
Yes, the other game ended in a draw.
And what is the situation? I think in the semifinals, they wait for each other. No, I think they keep on playing, but we will get the confirmation. Yeah, 50 minutes break and they continue. Yes, very nice. So we will have non-stop action.
That's exactly what we like. Non-stop action. Knight d4 on the board.
Exactly. You know, actually, it's also quite kind of interesting that when there is a new dynamic, yeah, that this is a longer game, in this case, we will not be getting this situation that maybe two dramatic moments are at the same time. So it's a very nice situation. Because whenever the other game is just beginning, the other game is already heading towards the dramatic finish. Rook takes b2. Okay, not the most happy choice according to computer. My feeling would have been just bishop takes c5.
Bishop c5, yeah. Look,
yeah, I wanted to clarify the situation as quickly as possible, to be honest. Yeah, that, okay, just eliminate this pawn, force white to make up his mind. Do you really want to take on e6? Thank you very much. I'm going to fe6 and I cement my structure, because now Magnus immediately used the situation that after rook takes b2, he breaks the center with e4 and opens up the bishop.
Yeah, but okay. And if I take?
Where?
Take on e4.
Take on e4, yeah.
Let's just try it. Let's just play
Yeah, now it's a big question. Knight takes or bishop, or maybe I can even take the bishop first on e6.
Yeah.
This is not such a happy choice. This
But then I take on c5.
Yeah, and you get a lot of counterplay. Yeah. Okay, let's just show this. That this case, it's a transformation of structure, and the f2 pawn will be vulnerable. Yeah, it's not only black having all kinds of weaknesses, but also why Vincent took bishop takes c5. Okay, a little bit surprising, but let's hope he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, it might be okay.
Might, yeah, but you have so many options. Even knight takes c6 is a move. Can I shock you with knight c6?
You can. Sure. Nothing shocks me nowadays.
Yeah, that's how I felt. I even wanted to tell you that there is no way I can shock you. But then make a move, please, if you are not shocked.
Oh, goodness. You're asking me to make a move here?
I asked you to make a move. Simply for the fact that I have no idea what to do. So I want to.
How bad is knight f3? I don't believe bishop f3, g3, e5 looks. So the d pawn is hanging. D looks a bit loose.
I mean, I can help you that I only worry about the move d5, d4.
Yeah, d4, knight a4.
Yes, d4, knight a4, and then try to understand what's going on. Yeah, this is a big question.
Looks like
I was trying to make sense to it, but I wasn't sure if I'm capable of. Knight c6 on the board. Okay.
Okay.
See this.
Wow. Okay. Vincent probably has to find a series of very, very strong moves now.
Yes, I mean, really some computerish moves, because the good news is that maybe you feel like if you don't find good moves, the position collapses. So you need to force yourself. He still has 4 minutes, at least, to find the direction. And this is the reason why we both felt like, don't take on b2, just take on c5 as quickly as possible. Then white should have made up his mind with his knight what to do immediately before having any kind of tactical things. Vincent took on b2, and Magnus immediately using the momentum with e4 to break the structure, and after bishop takes e5 find this knight takes c6 tactics. And yeah, the move d4 is not difficult, but after d4 knight a4 is the big question. Yeah.
Well, here you have to be careful, because isn't knight takes c5 just threatening to win material? So a move like rook e2, let's say. I take on c5, or do I take on e5? No, I take on e5. Sorry, it just wins a piece.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that we have to play rook c2 somehow.
Yeah, rook c2.
d4 played, knight a4 on the board.
Yeah.
And rook c2, yeah, looks like the move.
Only move, no?
Only move, yeah. But for example, you already win a pawn, knight takes c5, knight takes, but I don't want to take knight takes c6. That looks awful. I don't believe in knight c6, so I would prefer to sacrifice the pawn and make sure that this bishop on g2 is dead for quite some time. So rook takes c5. You have to take on d4, and okay, now maybe I start pushing this a pawn and say that, you know what, I have quite some knights grip with the knight and the pawn on g4. Yeah, maybe like this. a5, rook c2 on the board, knight takes c5 played. So we are calling the action.
Yeah, and now the question is, yeah, and he takes on c6.
Yeah, takes on c6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it simply felt to me that it's too ugly, but maybe it's not about ugliness. Simply hanging on to the material is now so much more important. Wow. Okay, Magnus has 2.5 minutes time advantage, and he has some initiative. On the other hand, the position is such that in the next 2-3 moves, Magnus is not able to keep his initiative going, then black will be perfectly fine. So the pressure is now Magnus to find those moves. Important that the bishop on g2 was not able to open up.
Bishop d7.
Yeah, Magnus
e5,
makes sure that
yeah.
He opens it, but okay, it feels now that the e5 pawn might be falling at some moment. Yeah, it doesn't look bad for black. For example,
yeah,
rook e8. Yeah, just get out of the pin, eliminate the e5 pawn, and then eventually going for some knight f3 check. It should be enough for a draw, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Rook e8 played. Yeah, and as you said, at some point, some knight f3 check. If we get opposite colored bishops, should just be a draw. Yeah, I think Vincent is going to survive here. He's active. There's no reason his king isn't in massive danger. He's got decent piece coordination. Why should he be worse here?
Exactly, I have the same feelings, and also let's not forget about the d4 pawn. Yeah, it's still kind of an irritating pawn for white.
Exactly.
But okay, if someone, then Magnus is the one who can bring in some unpleasant surprises. Just 2 or 3 more questions, and Vincent might be forced to go down to his seconds. Yeah, that's the danger. If everything stays normal, then there is no worry. But if Magnus finds those dangerous directions, then, but we don't know. Maybe those dangerous ideas don't exist anymore. What about the body language of both players?
I think the body language is pretty. Both of them. I think both of them think, yeah, it's probably just a draw. That's what I think. That's what they're both thinking. Nah, this is okay. I think Magnus.
Yeah, so knight f6 on the board. It will be funny if rook f1 is the. But no, after rook f1, I'm gonna play queen takes f1, and then queen takes f1, knight takes e4, and maybe I stay alive or not.
Nah.
No? Queen f5, or how you want to finish me? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm coming with knight f2.
Yeah, I'll go king g1, king f1, and I'll claim that you.
Okay, make a move, please. Make a
Okay,
move.
I'll go queen f5 just for you.
Okay, knight f2 check. Be careful, then it's draw already.
Is it? What did I?
Knight g4, knight e3. I have.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. No, just to yeah. I'm actually loving the way how Arjun is playing. Yeah, bishop takes e6. Just get out of this knight takes e4 idea, and now next move rook f1. It should maybe yeah. Just rook f1 wins the game.
Rook f1 just wins, huh? Yeah, that's actually a pretty.
Yeah, much more professional. No need for any fancy business. Yeah. Yeah, takes. Rook f1. I love, when after the human winning move, the computer, from the completely winning falls back. Yeah, like he's not appreciating that, okay, we just want to have a practically winning position. We don't need a completely winning, but without understanding why it's winning.
Beautiful stuff. Yes.
Yes, T2, okay, fighting. I mean, Liam is true to himself, but probably white can even just ignore with queen c1.
Queen c1, huh?
I mean, suddenly the queen is there is also the d3 square. We can also go to d3, but queen c1 and then in queen g5 check is also very tempting. But hang on, queen c1, knight e4.
Knight e4, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And it's counterplay. Okay, maybe queen h6 still wins, but it's very messy. No, queen d3 should be played then. Controlling the e4 square. Very important.
Then knight g4.
Then knight g4, yeah.
I'll do the same thing.
All kinds of crazy. Okay, I have knight f6 check. Yeah, just if I want.
Wow. Oh my
if you do this, I do that to you as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant. Oh wow, that just wins, does it?
Yeah, I mean, you will definitely lose the queen. Wow. Okay, so C2, Liam is fighting, but Arjun has way too much time to find the win here.
I wanted to put some spectacular mate on some spectacular smothered mate where the knight is on g4 and I go queen g1 check, right, Peter? And I'm trying to organize it, but I can't even find a way to organize it.
Yeah, because the bishop will always take, yeah?
Yeah, but let's say, no, even that doesn't.
Okay, just to show that what you wanted, basically queen g1 check, and if white takes with rook g1, then knight f2 checkmate would be wonderful.
Right.
Yeah, but that's why we have so much respect for this knight on g4, and we just do everything to eliminate it. And once the knight has to move, then and queen c1 played. Okay, so queen c1 knight e4 is still winning. Still knight f6 check, by the way. Still the same knight f6 check. Knight e4 will be met by knight f6. Brutal execution, and it's game over on the spot. What a way it would be to finish the game, no? I mean, opponent plays knight e4 and then you play knight d7 to f6.
Far too strong. Far too strong.
Yeah, so
he takes on f1, takes on d7, yeah, but this is
hopeless, yeah, because queen
hopeless.
f5 comes with double attack and it finishes the game basically.
Yeah. Should we go to the Magnus game, see what's going on there?
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, it's still the early middle game, but I feel like Magnus has zero problems. I mean, these are the very tiny advantages that computer is showing. In a practical game, you are even not able to prove anything, and I'm not even sure that computer is right with his tiny lift advantages. I mean, black is just way too active. Queen on f5, the rook is already behind the pawn, so black is ready to push d5, d4 in many of the positions. In fact, one could argue that maybe this bishop just falls back on b6 and then supports this d5, d4 break. Why on earth would this be better for white?
No, it's just not. It's just not better for white. Very dry.
Yeah, very dry. In any case, we jump back to that game because it can finish in any moment. And look at this. Liam with 50 seconds on the clock gives up his knight. He tries to create some counterplay with his c2 pawn. Because in fact, I even would argue that the c2 pawn is now far more valuable than the knight on d7. Just get some tempest in, but I mean, how? Yeah, you might just take. You have queen g4. You can, if you are very worried, you just take on c2 and win slowly. But probably, knowing Arjun, probably he will go for some very direct continuation, like rook f1.
Mm-hmm. Rook f1 looks good, doesn't it? What was wrong with taking the knight, though? Just sorry.
Well, I mean, psychologically, probably there is nothing wrong. But first of all, black has moves like bishop e3 event, but then queen takes c6 is good. No, rook a d8 first. So
okay, but now I give a check. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we move the king to f8, and there is a psychological pawn on c2.
Yeah. I can see that. It's definitely making me nervous.
Yeah, because also the bishop, I mean, the king is in some kind of, maybe it's a completely winning position, but humanly you don't want to get into something like this.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, probably computer just calculates and says, thank you very much, I'm completely winning, but humanly, if you don't need to, you don't do this.
Right.
I mean, black's king side is so compromised that something like rook f1, rook e7, and then just, for example, taking on c2. And then after coming back with queen f5 to the attack, collecting this pawn, the bishop takes on c7. I mean, we are collecting everything. But Arjun has 6 minutes, so he has time to calculate all these things. Maybe he feels like, okay, let me just grab the knight.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the Carlsen game,
and
Vincent...
he took it. Forget about the Carlsen game for a moment, because
all right.
Yeah, let's just focus on this drama, and then we will get back to that drawish position. Queen g4, king f8. I mean, okay, now I really feel like Lian can think, I only have 1 minute. I'm lost. I have nothing to lose. at least I have some hope with the pawn on c2. There are some scenarios that my opponent can blunder something. Yeah, bishop f4, that's the cruel move I was really worried about. Creating luft for the king, making sure that the c2 pawn is under control, targeting the black's king with bishop h6. For example, after rook e6 now, white will just bring the rook to f1. And this is the young generation. They are fearless. They don't care about emotions that maybe the c2 pawn is dangerous. They calculate, and if they see that it's a win, then they just go for it.
That's it. Cold, hard calculation. That's all they do.
Yeah, and they believe, you know, and they believe, because I have calculated exactly till bishop f4. I have seen the move bishop f4. Still, you know, I thought like, okay, but it's messy. Why should I do it? But sometimes by not going for the most critical line, you are actually giving your opponent chances to fight back. So it's very important to use your momentum. Bishop e3, okay. Liam is trying to trade this one very strong bishop on f4.
Okay, so I guess you've got to be a little bit careful, yeah? Like, for example, king h2, I can take and go rook d1. Is that so clear?
Well, I still have rook c1.
Yeah, but I was thinking if I take rook e2, how...
Or immediately rook e2.
Or rook e2, is that...
I mean, bishop e3 was a clever move.
Yeah, very clever move.
It was a very, yeah, this bishop has to be traded. Okay, lost, but I mean, imagine some scenario that black will be able to double his rooks on the second rank, yeah, and protect the c2 pawn. And eventually even getting a chance, for example, something like this, that if black gets rook d2, rook e2, and then rook f2 protecting the f7 pawn and just sits with his two rooks on the second and protects white's rook on a1, would not be able to join the party. So white has to be careful not to let that happen.
Yeah, totally agree.
And by the way, rook f1 runs into rook d1.
Oof.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. And then rook d1, cd1, queen e1, bishop f4, bishop g3. Can you be losing that position? No.
Well, I mean, definitely black is not going to lose for sure. Yeah, but yeah, so very important moment. Yeah, Arjun down to 4 minutes now, but luckily he had enough. Yeah, he's navigating the complications. But it's not so simple. Not so simple at all. But he takes, yeah, bishop takes this rook e3. He needs to somehow get his rook into the game.
Just rook f1, no?
Probably rook f1, but okay. Yeah, rook f1 is strong because then we also have some threats like queen f4 targeting mate, protecting back, creating options for queen h6 check.
Also queen f5, just double attack f7
yeah,
and c2.
Also, yeah, no, rook f1 is a strong move. Why isn't it blitzed out? Does black have a chance? Does he have a reaction?
Probably not. Just double checking. Maybe there are a lot of moves here that are good. King h2 might be a good move.
Yeah, but still, it feels to me like he already spent quite a lot of time for bishop takes this. So if he thinks that rook f1 is winning, then he would just blitz it out. Hang on, rook f1. Do we have rook ed3? Rook f1, by the way, on the board. But rook ed3, can I try to put up resistance like this? Probably
King
not.
h2. Sorry, king h2. I'm blundering everything. Excuse me. Sorry, I switched off. Even that might not be.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually take on h4.
Yeah, I can take on h4 here. That's
unfortunately, this runs into this queen f6 check. Wow, h3, clever. But what does it give? No, nothing.
It's just a bluff.
It gives that.
It's a pure bluff.
He wants to open up, yeah, because GH then suddenly white's king is vulnerable on the second rank, but probably it doesn't matter at all. But still, it's a nice move, yeah. You just distract. Imagine you have 20 seconds on the clock. How do you react after h3?
I mean,
like this, it's easy, but
queen h5.
Queen h5. Don't be a party killer. Okay, AG to check.
Okay, take.
Okay, let's give a rook d2 check and
King
then king
h1.
g1.
Or king h1.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, doesn't matter. And then rook f2. And then queen h6.
Queen h8, queen h4.
Yeah, or queen. Yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah, you just win the rook. Which rook you want? Yeah, queen h5 on the board.
Yeah.
It was such a nice look d2, rook f2, but not enough.
No.
Yeah, rook d2. We might be seeing it. King h1.
Yeah, we probably will.
No, king e8.
King
e8. Running.
Yeah, but you have check on g8, check on g5. I mean, it's mate or it's over. It's just,
Yeah, it's there is no way. This is not completely lost. So king d7, how you win the rook?
Rook f7 check. Let's start there.
King d6.
Queen d8.
Good enough. Good enough. Yeah. On the board, yeah. You passed the test, yeah.
But king e6 he will play, I feel.
No.
Yeah, he will. He will.
He will,
Watch.
yeah, king e6.
Yeah, he'll play king e6.
I mean, okay, king e6 you play in Backhouse, no, as Levon was
rook
saying.
e7.
Yeah, run into, I
no,
was
but now
asking-
take queen g5.
Yeah, and after
rook
rook
e7,
e7 he goes king d6. Okay, but
Cute.
doesn't matter. Queen d8 check and
so.
everything is falling. Yeah. Wow, what a win by Arjun.
Very convincing. Very, very nice win. Let's go back to the Magnus Carlsen game. What have we got? And okay. The old masters would be shaking hands.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, absolutely logically, because the position is completely dry. That's why I felt like, I want to see the games between Vincent and Magnus, but the other game was much more exciting at this moment. This is, I think, also the worry of the youngsters. Yeah, when suddenly the top players, like any top 10 player or the world champion like Magnus Carlsen, plays a very practical, very solid opening repertoire. He picks up, he knows so much, and then does not give a chance. Yeah, because in the preliminaries we have seen Magnus was giving chances to his opponents in order to try to win. Now this is a match situation. He just doesn't want to take any risks, wants to be as solid as possible, and then try to use his white color.
He's got 5 minutes extra here as well. I mean, Vincent has to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get too low.
Yeah, and it was actually a very clever idea by Magnus that he sidestepped now from the queen trade, right? Because, I mean, at this moment, Vincent could have just traded and put the bishop on e5, come king f1, king e2, and white can never lose the game. But also white will never create any chances to win it. But he wanted to keep the tension with HT, and then suddenly Magnus said, no, now you are not going to get the chance. And eventually d5, d4 will put some pressure, because after ed, bishop takes d4, suddenly black's bishop on d4 will be so much more useful than the counterpart on f4. Of course, objectively, it's nothing. Maybe white even has to lose a tempo on b3, but you don't really want to play a move like, I mean, you would like to control the situation. Queen g5, trying to get bishop e5 in.
Yeah, it's good enough.
But okay, you can even play f6.
Yeah, f6, queen g4.
Probably queen g4, yeah. Just you need to trade the queens and okay. So, but black is tiny bit bad. I mean, really, as you called it, yeah, Vincent needs to be careful a bit.
Magnus has won such positions in his career.
And we see that this bishop on b6 is wonderful, stops any invasion on the c7 square, yeah, and also eyeing the very crucial d4 square after d5, d4. Multi-purpose bishop, which would be lovely if it reaches the long diagonal, but I'm really expecting Magnus to play the move f6. But okay, f6, queen g4, yeah, f6 on the board, queen g4 should be no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, and yeah, just has to be big favorites to make a draw. When will the breakthrough come in this match? That is the question. The big moment where one of these players has some kind of big advantage.
Well, I mean, the first game Magnus had a chance. Yeah, he got pressure. And I think, yeah, queen g4 on the board. I think exactly for this reason, he also felt like there is just absolutely no reason for him to take any risk from the black side, because still now the pressure is on Vincent to solve the problems for the next game. Yeah, Magnus knows that he has the move order, and it's also on the head of Vincent. Yeah, that he knows that there might be some pressure coming in next game, which tries to force him to maybe take more risk in this game, but he never really got a chance to risk anything. Yeah, takes because it's just too equalish. G5, bishop g3, and then Magnus is trying to target this, yeah, d5, d4. Look at this, ed4, rook d4. The pawn on g4 is falling, but white will be able to go bishop c7, trade the bishops, and this should be a draw on rook endgame. Yeah, ed4. Rook takes d4, bishop c7, the key move, and basically it's shake hands situation.
Yeah, Magnus decides to go with the bishop, but now simply b3, king f1.
Yeah, this is not a winning attempt. I mean, he just wants to keep the game going, maybe a couple of moves.
b3, bishop back to b6 to go rook d2, though, no?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, b3, bishop b6.
Maybe Vincent is going to be ultra fine and just play rook c2 here.
Yeah,
this is.
And then bishop b6, king f1.
King f1, exactly.
You bring and you get ready for f3 and everything.
Yeah, and I feel as though.
No, he went for b3. So what after bishop b6? Will he insist on bishop c7? Maybe he just wants to play bishop b6, bishop c7, rook c8, bishop f4, yeah? Just like this. Just to show this, it's very important that you chase the bishop, and after rook c8, which seems to win the piece, white still has bishop f4, and it should be good enough. So all eyes on Magnus. Body language, what do you read? I mean, in the previous
nothing.
Game, you read everything perfectly. It happened exactly as you called it. Tell us all the secrets from Magnus.
There are no secrets. I mean, I've hung out with Magnus a bunch recently. I was there last weekend, spent a few days together in Norway. It's just whatever. It's just like, it's a draw. I'll try bishop b6, but I don't have any big hopes. That's exactly what he's saying. You can even be really crazy here and play bishop c7.
Yeah, you
rook
have
c8, bishop f4.
Exactly. That's the way. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. No, but I see that you really know Magnus, because even the way you pronounce this kind of things exactly as he says it, yeah?
Exactly. That's exactly what he's saying. Okay, I try bishop b6. Let's hope he doesn't do something critical, and I play rook b2, and it's still a draw, but I will try.
Yes, I'm already, so happy when I hear all this. It's fantastic. Yeah. You just imitate him perfectly. But Vincent needs to find bishop c7. Yeah, I'm not liking that he's spending so much time. Yeah, bishop c7 on the board. Okay, great. And bishop f4. Thank you very much. Rook e8. What is this? Did anything change, or we just
no? Just go
bishop
c7.
Yeah.
He's just playing. Yeah.
I mean, bishop c7, bishop d4 though, and then king f1. Yeah, and stability.
And then king f1. Yeah. Once you get in king f1 and f3, it's
cemento. Yeah.
It's. I mean, admit it, Peter. You play king f1, f3.
Exactly. Really? Then okay, come on. I can't lose it. Yeah.
It gives you immense pleasure just to make those moves. Immense pleasure.
Exactly, yeah. But Vincent is spending some time. It shows that it looks easy, but there is always some pressure if you play against Magnus. Yeah, you just know that you have to be very careful. Magnus always finds ideas. But okay, bishop c7, come on, has to be played.
Yeah, there's not really another move here, right?
Yeah, the bishop is hanging. Wow, bishop e3.
Oh, this is brilliant as well. Yeah, bishop e3 is brilliant.
Okay, it's possible, but I mean, since it was not necessary, I'm not sure that. Okay, but it's good enough. Yeah, it's important to note that rook takes e3 does not work because of rook c8 check first.
Yeah.
And yeah, Magnus takes bishop e3 fe, and now if we get king f2, it's fine. Rook takes e3 is met by simply rook c7 and.
Yeah, rook c8 is a blunder. King
exactly,
f7. Yeah.
Just when I put the mouse there, I already noticed that. Yeah, that's it. But of course, white starts with rook c7 immediately, and it's a draw. So Magnus takes, and plays king f7. King f2, rook e7. Now white will play king f3. No, okay, he goes king e2. It doesn't really matter. But why did he go king? I mean, the king anyway belongs to f3. Ah, okay, he wants to just go for this. Yeah, look, see it. h5, so takes, king f3, yeah.
Should be good enough. Yeah, and then the other pawn to g4, and then I think Magnus is ready to call it a day with this game. No need to waste energy on this ending. Basically.
But I don't think that they can agree, or they
cannot. Or maybe they cannot. Maybe they cannot.
Yeah.
g4. Yeah, this is just. Rook h7, rook c2.
Well, or you just keep on.
Or check and rook b8 or something like that. Or rook a8. I don't know. Anything.
Yeah, anything. Yeah, that's the point. Anything works. I mean, the game itself wasn't or isn't the most exciting, but the tension is growing. Yeah, if this game ends in a draw, then we have 1-1, and Magnus will have the last white game in the third game. So that will be a real test, yeah, because okay, Magnus needs to strike, and that will be a big pressure on Vincent for sure.
The other game will be kicking off shortly as well. And Leko in desperate need of bouncing back. Does he want to leave it until the last game? You tend to not want to. This is rapid. You should try and play for a win with black as well, in my opinion. I think if you just try and
no, Liam will have the white pieces in the next game.
Liam is white. I beg your pardon. Yeah, excuse me. Then he's definitely going for it.
Yeah, in 4 minutes time right. They will start. Yeah, just in 4 minutes. Exactly at 33. Yeah, Vincent has played rook a8, now a6 played. The point is that there is no way of, just forcing draw. You just have to play this drawish position. And this is what Magnus is hoping for. He has almost 10 minutes advantage to play on the nerves of the opponent. Vincent is now clearly thinking that, can I play the move king e4? Yeah, can I activate my king? It's a very principal question, but he goes king g3.
Yeah, this is the correct king e6. Rook e8.
Yeah. Rook e8. Now the big question is, okay, rook e7, going for the pawn endgame. Is that an option? Okay, it looks like a dead draw, but yeah, Magnus tries it. Because the problem, yeah, it's a bit tricky, because if black gets the chance to take on his hand and come back and push f5, then he might have g pawn against the e pawn, which is winning. Yeah, it's a Chipolito. Yeah, king d5. Okay,
I mean, I would lose this. I'll be sure.
I mean, white needs to bring the king back. Yeah, somebody's king GC is so misplaced. The king needs to come back. But Vincent keeps on checking.
Oh, I don't like this move.
I mean, king e4.
What is this move here? I hate this.
Okay, so check and king d3, king f3, but a bit scary.
Yeah. Very scary.
Yeah, king e4. Okay, check. But the point is that king d3, king f3 is suddenly also a bit tricky for black. Yeah, the f6 pawn will be vulnerable. Okay, he will be able to protect it with rook c6, and then the king. Okay, this is tricky. Yeah, king d3, king f3. Then the rook protects the f6 pawn, and eventually black will try to get to the weaknesses. Yeah, king d3 on the board. King f3.
Goodness. I would 100% lose this position to Mac.
Yeah, I mean, but why do you give this chance? Yeah, at all?
How did he? What is he? I think he should have gone for this king e4. He went king g3, you know. He could have gone king e4 forward with the king. I think he got a little bit
yeah, well, I mean, he was thinking how to finish the game with some repetition and things like this. Yeah, it was clear, and he was low on the clock, and then suddenly he didn't know what to do. And now it's the problem is that if knight gets bad, it will be very bad. Yeah, it's often the rook end game. Okay, you misplayed it, but still the drawish margin is very big. Here it's a dead draw, or it might get very nasty because black's king is coming. a5. Magnus pushes a5.
Yeah, because he wants rook e6, rook c6, and.
Vincent gives a check, king c3. I mean, white has also this king e4, king f5 idea. Also, this is a bit tricky for Magnus. Yeah.
Time to go active, king e4, Vincent. It's time to get active. It's time. You can't just rook d5.
Well, rook d5 also interesting because he wants to provoke the pawn to b6.
Right.
He would go rook b5.
Or rook d6, no, with the double.
Yeah, or rook d. Yeah, basically, yeah, it's clear. I mean, this a5 move was a bit strange because Magnus himself weakened his pawn structure a bit. Wow, after all, we are getting some excitement in this rook end game. Yeah, I mean, it looked like the end game is a dead draw, and suddenly Magnus is playing for a win, and Vincent needs to pay attention, but Magnus is also risking a bit. King b4.
Okay.
Now, basically, after rook d4 check, then Magnus would have come back to c3 because he couldn't play king a3 due to rook a4.
But king e4, I like it. Now getting active.
Yeah, now getting active, yeah.
No, you have to be careful, actually. Imagine Vincent won. Oh my goodness me. Yeah,
it's a tricky structure, yeah. I mean,
yeah, because king f5. Yeah, you play king f5, you play e4, and sometimes you can just go e5 and
exactly.
Pawns...
If you will be able to protect the pawn with, for example, rook e2 and collect g5, then you just win. Yeah.
Yeah. No, surely not.
No, I
surely
mean, with 53 seconds on the clock, we just want to draw for the moment. I mean, definitely. I don't think that white wants to win this, but it's more on Magnus, yeah, that if he over pushes or he wants to try to play for a win at all costs because Vincent has little time on the clock, then it can also backfire. It's a tough spot now. King e4. Okay, this whole rook d5, king e4 was kind of clever. Yeah, rook c2 played by Magnus. He wants to force matters. So now rook d4 check looks very natural, no?
Yeah.
I mean, rook d4, yeah, on the board, and then king. I mean, king c3 is a little bit too much. Then pawn endgame takes king f5.
Oof, you have to start calculating.
King b2, king f6, king a2, e4, king b3, e5. I mean, at least we will also take on g5.
Yeah.
White will never be worse. Black will never go for it.
So what is he going to do? King b5?
He will come back with the king, yeah, somewhere.
But then you can go like king b5, a4.
Yeah, I'm expecting king c5, to be honest.
Ah, we might get a repetition.
Yeah, not to step into this a4 check, and then yeah, after rook d5, I don't really believe that king b6 is a winning attempt, and then king b4 would be a repetition. So,
Peter, don't shout at me. But how crazy is rook c4 check after king c5? It's just a thought. It's just a thought.
I mean,
it's
okay, I thought about it, but it was too crazy and too messy to even calculate. Yeah. No, I don't believe in it. Yeah, you start pushing.
Yeah. Okay. e4, e5. Ah, and you have a3 important.
It's a check. It's check. ABC is check.
Ah, it's check. Excuse me.
Yes.
This works.
Okay, it's probably a draw anyway, but I understand. Yeah, Magnus needs to calculate it because who knows? Not that suddenly he ends up in losing the g5 pawn and he goes king c3. He goes for this pawn ending. Wow.
Wow.
So we might be seeing this G pawn versus the B pawn. Okay, it's a draw, but it's also some psychological trap, yeah, that Vincent needs to react. He needs to calculate. Down to 10 seconds. Down to 5. Yeah, he goes for it.
Yeah.
Okay, now he needs to take, yeah, takes king f5. Now time is not an issue because, okay, now you blitz out all the moves. Exactly the position we talked about. The G pawn versus the B pawn.
They offered a draw or no? Was the draw offered or?
Ah, you can, yeah? How do you offer
I don't know. I actually don't know. Let's get confirmation if you can offer a draw at any moment here. You can, yes. Okay. Well, Magnus is not better now. I mean, he's worse.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the pawn is on g4
exactly.
Contrary to b7, but on the other hand, we know that it's a dead draw, but still. King f5. Queen f1 check.
Should we quickly pop over to the other game, or do you want to wait? And I mean, I'll keep an eye on this as well, Peter. But
yeah, I also felt like, yeah, we should at least, this is not a good moment because then I know, hang on, because it might be repetition, then just wait, yeah. King g5 played, it's like a silent draw first, so queen c1 check, will we see a repetition? Yes, there we have it. Wow, okay, 1-1, some excitement after all.
Absolutely. Let's go to the Leko game, because that is already very exciting. We've got another Catalan, but this
but I mean, please explain it to me. I don't know.
I will explain it to you. You ask and I will explain.
Yes, I mean, first of all, yesterday Arjun took the lead against Christopher Yu, and he went for the dragon with black and he got a terrible position. Now he leads the match. Liam plays exactly the same Catalan that he played in the previous game. He got nothing at all. He didn't show any great idea. And Arjun, after getting the advantage, is the one who deviates with a line that normally you play if you need to win the game. I mean, please explain it to me.
It doesn't make any sense. to me. I mean, it's just
yes, exactly. Bishop g2, a6, castles, knight c6. Yeah, this is the most trickiest lines of all if you are trying to play for a win with black, but you never do this if you want to be solid. Bishop, first of all, the trick is that white has millions of moves. Now when Firuza tried to surprise Jan in the Singfield Cup with this knight c6, Jan played the move queen c2, and in fact it turned out that after takes, knight d2, Alireza was not familiar with the position at all, and he went on to lose. This is a very tricky position as well, but it's just one of the very tricky positions. Yeah, bishop east is also one of the choices. Bishop g5 is another main line. The old classical line after knight c6 was e3, I think, which was also super complicated and so much to know. I just don't understand, but let's quickly see what happens. So bishop e3, rook b8, queen c1, targeting the pawn immediately, b5 and b3, making good use that the knight on c6 is pinned. Black has to go knight d5, b takes c4, takes, b takes c4 now, rook c1, the pawn already on c4 is vulnerable, it's isolated, it's not running away. Bishop e7, knight bd2, castles, knight takes c4. White has the dream of all dreams in the Catalan, a clear advantage. That's why people are playing the Catalan. I mean, Liam gets all the chances to bounce back.
This is a dream position for white, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, this is just, black has got these fixed weaknesses, c7, a6, the c6 knight is loose, all of white's pieces are good. You have absolutely no idea where you want to put that bishop. I mean, even just something like bishop d7 here, do you just insta-play knight ce5? I mean, that's, well, I was saying bishop d7, bishop b7, I'm not.
Well, I guess that I need to put the bishop on b7, otherwise I'm strategically lost. Yeah, if you are really able to put some, I mean, land the knight on e5, then this is just horrible. Yeah, I mean, okay, takes. The pawn is a back pawn. You maybe put the bishop on c6 and then you just double and you look at the opponent. I mean, sooner or later he will just collapse. But bishop b7, yeah, that's the only justification. You need to develop that bishop to the long diagonal. The only good news is that knight e5 is probably not possible due to knight takes d4. This is the point. And if you don't have knight fe5, at least then you manage to develop the bishop. Maybe you get time to put it on a8 and jump with the knight to b4, then to d5. But still, it's a nightmare. Total nightmare.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean,
okay,
white can also just play a move like a3, stopping any kind of knight before, and then the knight on c6 will never have a nice freeing position, and then you slowly play rook c2, rook a c1. And the only problem with a3, you don't want to put the pawn on a3 because the bishop on e7 in long terms might be targeting that pawn. Yeah, that's a problem you are faced with, but simply I feel like the other factors of just being able to double and then put the pressure is worth it.
Yeah, it looks gross for black. Lots of options. I mean, yeah, and Le Quang rightly taking his time here.
Absolutely, yeah. He feels that this is a golden opportunity. He shouldn't let it go by rushing. He has enough time on the clock. The position also has a character of being a technical position, yeah, so you will not have to calculate crazy amount of variations all the time. You one time have to understand the essence of the position and then play on that plan that you find. I simply feel that this a3 might be a very clever move because the only way that black can ever solve some of his problems is knight b4. If I take it away with this tiny little move a3, then I also know exactly that next I want to go rook c2 and then rook ac1. I don't see any square for black's queen. Where do you put the queen? You can move the bishop to a8. Okay, I insist. I keep on playing my simple primitive plan rook c2. And okay, black can make a luft with h6. We continue rook ac1. And slowly black is running out of useful moves. He might have to start trying some knight a7, knight b5 business, but it does not scare me at all.
Totally agree.
Yeah, those are the things. But you owe me an explanation. Yeah, you told me that you will explain the choice of Arjun, but you just
I'll explain. Arjun Agassi is a free spirit. He is not controlled by any greater power. He simply plays as his soul decides at that very moment. He's a soulful genius. He doesn't care about what kind of opening you should play, whether you should play aggressive, solid. He just plays in flow. He's a flow man. He's a flow man.
AC on the board. Actually, yeah, Liam took his time and played the move AC. I feel that this is a very classy move. I'm loving it, and the next couple of moves will be very easy for white. And after we take it from there.
Yeah, now the Magnus game will be kicking off, you would think, in a few minutes, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, this game started 33. They were still playing when they already started when Magnus and Vincent were still playing. So that adds up to, okay, we still have some 7 minutes.
Okay, 7 minutes. Now Magnus will have white in the next game. So Vincent is going to be all hands on deck not to lose. And losing this game now is a blow, huge blow. If he makes a draw, minimum, he's going to have white. He's going to try something. He's going to think, okay, we won't go too crazy. If it goes to Armageddon, so be it. Now, have you spoken about Armageddon with Vincent today? Are you allowed to reveal anything?
No, I think only after the match. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I won't be revealing anything for the moment. Yeah, I mean, I did reveal last night already in the live show that I can tell you the main point of our preparation. Yeah, and I can repeat it, that the main aim was to get as much sleep as possible. Yeah, because it was clear that energy will be decisive against Magnus. I mean, if you want to fight against Magnus, if you haven't had enough sleep, then no amount of preparation will help you. Yeah, because you will anyway not be able to guess what he will play.
Totally agree. Rook d1
Yeah, Bishop f6. I have to say that Bishop f6 is a good move by Arjun. Yeah, as you said, he's a free spirit. He understands he's in a trouble, but he's not panicking. He's making the most out of his position. Yeah, just open and stop the idea of knight before knight d5. And he finds another way. Bishop f6 and then knight e7. And he's trying to reroute his knight, opening up the bishop. The position is worse, but he's regrouping correctly.
So knight c5, knight f5.
Well, hang on. Liam played the move rook a1 and computer switched, yeah, which means that some knight f5 and then collecting some pawn is possible. Can he really take it?
Did he blunder knight f5, queen f4, bishop f3, and then taking on d4 or what?
Wow, the problem is that we can't take.
You can't take bishop f3 because of bishop g5.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. Yeah, knight f5 bleeds out. If Liam just lets it slip like this, the golden opportunity, that will be heartbreaking. Yeah, knight f5, queen d3 bleeds out, but okay, now really you can probably take on f3 and take on d4. There is no pin. You can just take. Yeah, bishop f3 on the board. Arjun solving his problems. And this is a total disaster for Liam.
Yeah, I mean, allowing this was really crazy, actually. I mean, he just relaxed for one move. And now he's understanding, okay, the guy can just take on d4 here. So queen f3. And if knight d4, what does he want to do? Just play queen e4 or something?
Yeah, he needs to. Okay, the point is that thanks to this wonderful knight on c4 and the damaged pawn structure, this is great compensation for white. So white is not risking anything. But the big question is, I mean, he needs to win. Okay, he's putting the pressure. Yeah, there is still the pin. Now we are setting e3 and the queen cannot sidestep because of rook takes d4. So black still needs a tactical finesse to solve all problems.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that this pin is rather eternal.
But can we play g6? You know,
and
maybe
you want to
we
go
can.
h5. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. E3 h5, and this is a big blow.
Queen e4.
And then knight e2 check.
King f1.
King f1, and now I can probably even take on c1. Yeah.
And you want to win the two rooks this way, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm even threatening checkmate, so I will have a tempo to bring the knight back. Wow.
Yeah, this is.
I feel that Liam is now holding his breath because he instantly reacted to knight f5, bishop takes f3. Yeah, so he's trying to signal that this was part of his plan. He has his own agenda with e3 and with the pin, and hopes that maybe Arjun will panic, but Arjun is not known to be a panicky guy.
All right. Yes. But yeah, I mean, we're expecting Arjun to find g6. It's a very logical move.
Yeah, because I mean, the reason why I started looking at g6 that I'm running out of moves. Yeah, e3 is a big problem. And then you notice that actually the queen on g4 is the one that protects all this decisive e2 square. Rook b5 was the other move. Yeah, I was not sure if rook b5 or g6, but finally I picked g6 because it was more natural. But rook b5 is equally good. Yeah, e3 h5, very much the same idea.
This was a very clever. Yeah, this is a very clever idea. Rook b5. Okay, what do you actually do here then? I mean, what is White's best here? Because Liam can't lose, so you know, going completely crazy is just not an option. Let's think. So h5 is threat.
Okay, king f1. Yeah, if you want
king f1.
Yeah, be sensible. I will play king f1.
I like this move a lot, actually, Peter.
Yeah, but okay, still you're gonna go h5.
Okay, queen e4.
Queen e4, and now you will have, I don't know, rook d5, queen d5. I mean, you have a couple of options.
Rook d5. Can I play queen b1?
Well, first of all, rook d5 is not my favorite move.
Okay.
I can tell you as much, but queen d5, queen e3, queen c5 looks a bit shaky, but who cares if it works, right?
Which one? Sorry. Here?
Queen d5.
Queen d5, yeah. No problems.
Well, I hope that there are no problems. I mean, it feels that I should be fine. I mean, queen e3, queen c5. Protecting me somehow.
Annoying. Maybe I have to even trade queens there. Maybe does that give me a chance ever?
Well, king f1 played.
Yeah.
King f1 played. And wow, breaking news. Magnus Carlsen has, I mean, the game started and has played the reti, knight f3, d5, and after g3, bishop g4 plays the move c4 here, which I don't know if it exists in the modern theory. Because I think it was kind of logical that you play bishop g2 and after c6 you play c4 or something like this. Yeah, this is the standard. But the whole point was that you don't want to damage the pawn. I mean, here bishop takes f3 is not a big deal, but exactly after the move c4, black can take bishop f3, e takes f3, take d takes c4, and after bishop takes c4, for example, if black gets this e6 c6 construction, then you have this vulnerable d pawn. Yeah, so basically it looks like a total catastrophe for white. However, if Magnus does it deliberately, blitzing the move c4 out, then you immediately start to realize that, aha, hang on, then maybe there is so much more to the position that than the whole chess classic previously told us, right?
This reminds me of a famous game. This Trent Sutovsky, Gibraltar, 2014. You know how the game went, Peter? If we go right to the beginning.
Yes.
We go to the starting position. It went d4, knight f6, bishop g5, c5, bishop takes f6, e takes f6.
What? E takes f6, really, yeah?
He played it against me, the nerve of Mr. Sutovsky to play.
Wow, and the only difference is that the pawn is on. And how did you react?
Well, I went knight c3.
Wow, so all this d takes c5 is just not a move at all, yeah?
Well, I don't know. I was out of book already, to be brutally honest. Everybody played g takes f6 there in the trump, but I went knight c3.
I mean, okay.
He went knight c3, d5, e4, Peter.
Oh my God, yeah. So you really felt provoked.
Yeah. I ended up with a winning position. Didn't win it. Drew it, but was good. Actually, in the final position, I was +5, which is not an ideal time to make a draw.
But then what happened? Did you offer or did he offer?
No, do you know what happened was we got to, I remember I was in mad time trouble and he gave me a check on c2 and I just had to be able to calculate that my king can run up the board and it's all over. I mean, the final position is just, I'm looking at it now, it's making me sick, +9. Yeah, Emil was still very high rated at the time. Emil was rated 2663. So that was a bit of a bummer to, oh no, I had to play King D1 in that position. I was just so short on time that I couldn't calculate. I had 4 king moves and one was winning and I couldn't calculate it. He offered me a draw. He made the sneaky draw offer.
Ah, wow, but hang on, breaking news. Look at this, what is happening in this game. Sorry that we moved, but h5, queen e4, rook d5, queen d3, the stunning knight f3 happened, you know?
Yeah, but that's no. It's not check, excuse me.
Yeah, it's not a check. So actually Liam retreated the queen to c2, but I mean, still, I feel like this position deserves a diagram, right?
It does, absolutely, it does.
I mean, what on earth is this, yeah? Oh my goodness.
Queen c2.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, so now, sorry, you can continue. I've just
no, I mean, my story was just that it's and people, if you're asking, well, why would I bother bringing that up? It's exactly the same structure with colors reversed. That's why it's a very unusual structure. And yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the point is that, as you said, yeah, you were surprised and you were shocked. It's so difficult to understand, yeah, because you are just told that white can't play like this, yeah? And if suddenly your opponent does play like this, then your automatic, the human reaction is that no, then I will not go for it. Yeah, I will check after the game what's all about. Yeah, we do know that this kind of positions are kind of interesting. That okay, just to make a couple of moves. So we do some moves. Knight d7. That Gelfand wrote a big big chapter in his wonderful book. Yeah. The strategical decision making, when he sacrifices, he gives up the bishop, the dark squared bishop against a knight, and then he has pawn on f4, he has a knight on f3, and he believes, like in the Rubinstein spirit, that this is a very dangerous attack with the knight on f3 and the pawn on f4. But here, white has this bishop on c1, and this is the one that strikes me. Yeah, that this bishop on c1 is a stupid piece. I just don't believe that white has all the same initiatives like in the Gelfand type of position. But obviously Magnus has some idea. Yeah, he has checked with computer, but Vincent was afraid to go for it. And instead he goes for a defensive setup. And I feel like this is the lazy approach. Yeah, like, okay, it's a rapid game. You get surprised. You don't want to spend time. And then, okay, let me just play a couple of natural moves. But maybe this is exactly what Magnus is hoping for. D4, E6, Queen B3.
But it is weird. I mean, just even what happened in the game, Queen D7, Knight C3, Knight E7. I'm not convinced at all by Magnus's setup here. He feels like
wants. Yeah, Vincent is ambitious. Yeah, he wants to get Knight to F5, target the pawn on D4. But seemingly the computer does not believe. Yeah, it signals that with some very energetic play, maybe White can make use of this. We don't know yet why and how, but okay, it's a very original position. The problem is that the knight from B8 has trouble developing. We never want to put it on A6. We can't put it on D7. So what Vincent is trying to achieve, somehow to provoke CD5 and then get CD5 and develop the knight to C6. That's the dream scenario, but Magnus will never take on D5 unless he's sure that he's winning on the spot by some tactics.
Meanwhile, in the Liam-Lequan game, Liam has actually managed to win a pawn back. He's won this A6 pawn back, but has granted Erigasi a whole bunch of activity in exchange. Queen 6 B3, can you just... Okay, the rook is on pre. Let's see what happened here. Queen A4, and he just gave it with Queen B8. Very interesting decision.
Yeah, very nice decision. Basically, I mean, okay, White's king is awkward. Black gives back the pawn, but gets the initiative. Yeah, the queen bothers the rook on D1. You can't leave the first rank. And suddenly there are all kinds of direct problems to deal with. You're going to go rook C1, or where do you put this rook?
Yeah, I guess the rook belongs on C1, right?
Yeah, and if I touch you with Queen A2?
I was actually thinking how ridiculous is... No, that's not good. I was thinking about bishop F3, but then you can take bishop D4. That's an issue.
Yeah, so in fact, this might be a very concrete approach with Queen A2. Very nasty, knowing that, okay, Liam needs to keep some winning chances. Otherwise, he will be in a must-win situation with the black pieces. And he goes Knight E3, which... He goes Knight E3, which allows Knight F5, blitzed out by Arjun immediately. Now White's pawn structure will be destroyed. Okay, I feel that he needs to trade queens, yeah, with Queen D3. Anyway, after Knight takes E3 check, F takes E3, Black does not need to trade the queens, yeah. I mean, Black is the one who is objectively pushing the position.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, rook D3 played, so Knight E3, F takes E3. Trying to get the king to
But
F2.
Check. You have to go Knight D1 because rook D1, Knight takes E3.
Ah, so you want to, you don't even want to trade, yeah?
Well, and if I can put this knight on D1, it looks a bit silly. I can even go rook D8 here. Possibly, maybe not.
You can. Why not? But now I have bishop E4, but rook takes E3. Thank you very much. I mean, okay, this endgame, but okay, I mean, maybe I can hope to at least play a long game, yeah?
Yeah, this isn't exactly what we want here with Black, I feel.
Yeah, no, after rook D3, I think that Knight takes E3, when you have to take F takes E3 is very tempting, yeah? I mean, okay, this can never, I mean, this bishop will get to D6. I'm gonna go H4. I mean, it will be super scary with this king on F2. This is a horrible position. I mean, okay, Black is just slightly better and can play for a win without risking anything. But I do want to make sure that you ruin your pawn structure. Yeah, I don't want to give you a chance to move the bishop and then you will have this solid construction. Then maybe this A pawn will be very important. What is the clock situation? Okay, 3 minutes 50 for Liam, 4 minutes for Arjun. So we do see that Arjun is taking a little bit more time than usual, but it's understandable. I mean, he's leading the match. He got a chance to solve all his problems, yeah, because it looked like after the opening, White had a serious advantage. But then with very clever play, this bishop f6, knight e7, and then Liam got careless. He blundered his pawn away, or he thought that actually it's impossible. Black is not able to capture this pawn due to the pin issues, but then Arjun find this rook b5, h5, rook d5 idea. And ever since, he's in total control. And okay, now Arjun is taking his time. While he does that, let us jump to the Magnus game. Look at this. Computer is screaming that White is so much better. It's all about this queen on d7. Yeah, this queen on d7 is stuck. Black is not able to castle. I mean, not able really to develop nicely. On the other hand, okay, White has to find the way to break through. It's not like he just holds the position and has the clear advantage. I mean, he needs to do something with his initiative. Otherwise, Black should be able to slowly get out of this unpleasant situation. Yeah, and Arjun did take on easy. I'm really believing in this decision. Takes, and then just play this position. And eventually bring that bishop over to, okay, now you have to move with the queen, but bishop e5, bishop d6, combined with h4, I think that's kind of a key idea.
Yeah, this is going to just be one of whether Liam holds or not, really. Yeah, I mean, I don't ever see.
Well, he will go all in. He will start pushing the pawn because he has nothing to lose, yeah?
Right. But he hasn't got any realistic winning chances here, has he? Or
well, who knows? I mean, the move queen b2 indicates that actually Arjun wants to even have this bishop c3 idea, which kind of combines with queen a1 check, stops a5, and then also has some ideas eventually getting, for example, queen a1 check, king f2, queen e1 check, king f3 has to be played when the bishop on g2 will feel very awkward. Yeah, it's a position where Black has everything under control, so we have to move to the Magnus's game. And Magnus breaks in the center, cd5, cd5, e4 on the board.
yeah, this is very principled, of course, by Magnus to blow open the position like this, with the queen sitting strangely on d7. Getting a bit nervous here, Peter.
Definitely. I mean, okay, we are not able to castle. Normally, after something like this, the natural move is knight c6. Yeah, you need to jump out, but probably it does not work. I mean, I'm at least very worried that it does not work. I don't know yet for which reason, but maybe you can even just play the move rook d1. But then I have bishop b4. That's already something I could be very happy with. This would be a dream scenario. Then I suddenly control the d5 square, but knight c6 probably then will be met by some tactical boom, boom, boom. I mean, ed5, knight takes d4. I feel
yeah, queen c4. No, queen c4, knight f3. Excuse me.
Yes,
queen d1.
exactly. I mean, but if you have to come back, I feel that there should be something, but maybe there isn't. Okay, knight c6 played. Let's see how Magnus, and long castles, of course, not rook d1, long castles, because it solves the problem of this bishop b4 pin.
Right.
That's the move. That's the move.
It's actually very strong.
Very strong. Yeah, this is practically almost hopeless, to be honest. I mean, just this one tempo that we are still stuck with the king in the center, and this queen is standing in this terrible pin. Yeah, Magnus is trying to put the pressure right from the start. Yeah, doesn't want to let Vincent get his type of positions. Wow, and we are getting the message that actually Arjun is almost winning now. His c-pawn is just so much faster. So after knight e3, f e3, queen b2, a4, queen c1 check, king f to c5 was played, and now the c5 pawn is marching, comes with the tempo hitting the rook, and it keeps on marching.
Yeah, this is really disappointing. If you're Liam Lequang, not the semi-final he would have hoped for. Rook d7. You can go bishop c3 also.
You can also play, and then a5 pawn is falling as well.
Yeah.
Oh my God! If we lose that pawn, then it's over. Then it's a total. But hang on, I mean, because if you play queen e1 check, king fc, and then you collect the pawn, I will also be able to collect the pawn. Yeah. But the computer.
Yeah,
is
but then your king is forever terrible.
Yeah, my king is terrible. That's for sure. And the bishop stuck on g2.
This is not what you want.
Well, by the way, there is really a lot at stake here, yeah, because if Liam loses this, then it's match over. He doesn't even get a chance to fight with the black pieces to try to, go all in and do whatever. And Tadeusz is informing us that the reason why computer is panicking for white is that bishop c3, followed by queen e1 check, king f3, then the queen moves to g1 and bishop comes to e1. With queen f2, it's a devastating idea. Oh my God, if this happens, that will really hurt.
That is extremely nasty. Just showing how impotent the white piece is, and how bad also. We talk about double pawns being bad. One of those examples, not covering the king and also stopping the king from getting away. Very nasty. Queen e1 bishop queen g1 bishop e1 is nasty, pure nasty.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, when it happens, you feel like the only way is just to throw the pieces, but online, what to do with the possession? Yeah, it's it's impossible because you are just so disgusted. I mean, I just want to get rid of this possession, resign, whatever. But for the moment, still black needs to find the idea. Yeah, but Liam understands it. He sidesteps it with bishop f3 so that after queen e1 now he will have king g2. But now there is bishop e1 check, and then the e3 pawn is falling like this. So black keeps on pushing his c pawn. Yeah. Bishop e1 check on the board. King g2. Okay, bishop f3 was the only way, yeah, because if ever this queen e1 check, king f3 position happens, just to illustrate that if white makes a pass, yeah, then queen e1, king f3, and this is what we talked about, that this is disgusting because simply white is having such a construction that he can't do, nothing moves, and black comes bishop e1 and you can't stop anything. So king g2 played. Wow, instead of bishop e1 check, apparently bishop d2 was a winning move. Bishop d2 was winning on the spot and then hitting on e3 with a check. So bishop e1 check was not precise. King g2 c3. Also, Arjun is down to, okay, we have to stick to this game.
Sure, let's stay here, of course.
Yeah, Arjun down to 25 seconds. I'm not sure if he is used to playing on seconds because he's so fast. Normally, he always has all the time in the world. c2 pushed. Okay, queen d3, already white has stability. White has a draw in hand, yeah, queen d3, and then rook takes c2. By the way, even the pawn on h5 is hanging.
Yeah, I mean, white can actually get a little bit optimistic in some positions here now.
I mean, first of all, white can't lose anymore. That's already good news. He definitely gets game 4, yeah, because there was a chance that he might not have the chance to play game 4 at all. Queen a1, super clever. He will take with the queen on a5 and protect back on h5. But hang on, queen takes c2, queen a5, rook c5, then
rook
queen
c5.
d2. Queen d2.
Queen d2.
Just in time, okay.
Yeah, this will most likely end in a draw now. Scary, though.
Yeah, a bit scary. I mean, from a situation where black was with bishop d2 actually sealing the match, according to computer, it was just game over. Then compared to this now, queen d2. Yeah, okay, queen d2 will be queen e3. It's smarter, much more nice, because hits the e3 pawn. But hang on, rook h5 checkmate is a threat, but of course black has g6.
G6.
Yeah, and says thank you very much. Okay, but then rook e5 protecting.
Yeah, but the rook is very weird there, isn't it? It's
yeah, it is. But I mean, before everything was weird and we were even pawn done at some point. Wow. Okay, so this is the current position, the live board. Queen a3 played. 32 seconds for Arjun, 43 for Liam. But yeah, I mean, Liam needs to do something with the situation. Yeah, if black gets time to play just g6 and bring the bishop back, then there won't be any chances whatsoever. Wow, and queen c1 played. Why on earth? How could this happen?
Well, he's just going to make a draw.
Yeah, he just. Okay, so basically then, yeah, Liam is making sure that he gets
rook a8. Yeah, this is what he wants. This is it.
I mean, okay, it's a draw, and it's not an ideal result, but it's much better than losing the match on the spot.
And Arjun actually looks quite pained. He looks a bit annoyed. I think he realizes that he missed a great chance. Yeah, and he's not going to spend too much time trying to win this one. An unwinnable position. G4 is good enough. It's just going to take. He might go H4, but
yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah,
doesn't matter.
Opposite colored position on the same side. Nothing happens.
Bishop E8 now will be played. F6, Bishop F7. Or Bishop D7. And we can see here Arjun really looking upset. I think he really is aware how much he blundered that advantage away. And he's going to have to collect himself and compose himself, because he's got white in the next game, needs to make a draw only. This is absolutely no time to panic. He's big favorite to make the draw. Meanwhile, in the other game, what on earth have we got going on here?
Well, I mean, basically the logical follow-up of everything that happened before. In order to escape, Vincent had to give up the pawn. Yeah, knight a5 was played after long castle, queen c2. The queen needs to step back. Yeah, he simply had no right to take d takes e4, because after d4, d5, the position just collapses. So yeah, queen d8, ed5, ed5, queen f5, castles. Yeah, he gives up the pawn, but he at least harmonizes the pieces. The only problem is that knight c6, king b1, queen d6, that still he is just lacking some tempies as well. It's just not like he sacrificed the pawn and he already has kind of a setup. He still has to fight for his setup, and it's white to move.
Yeah, not ideal for Vincent, but he's going to have to be, well, he's going to have to pray, isn't he, basically, that Magnus doesn't find a way. Okay, what if I just play normal moves here? I go rook f8, bishop f8.
Okay, for the moment it's white to move. Yeah, also white could argue that, okay, let me make a normal move like rook h1.
Yeah, rook f8, let's say.
But if you go rook f8, I also have some queen d7 disturbing. Some nasty little queen d7. I think this is what Magnus is thinking about, that does he want to use this queen d7 because he could also use it here? When maybe it's a bit early, then maybe black plays rook a d8, and I'm not sure that it's a pawn, but do we want to transform into this position? Magnus actually decides to take on e7 and to go queen e5. So he wants to play this endgame. Yeah, I'm guessing that Vincent will play rook fd8.
Yeah.
And then try to set up some blockade. But But rook f8, rook he1.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do that?
Doesn't look at all easy to me.
Yeah, I mean, we have to play the move king f8.
King f8.
It's basically the only move to keep the knight on e7 and not allowing any trade-off. I mean, we definitely don't want to get into this structure, and it's a healthy pawn up, so we want to keep this isolated pawn alive. And the problem was that we couldn't really play knight c6 first, because then after the queen trade, white pushes d4, d5, and the rook enters to e7. Hang on, I have rook a d8. No, I don't have d takes c6. Yeah, okay, just to show this, rook a d8, putting the pin, and then just dc6 takes. By the way, is it winning, or is black putting up some resistance? Rook d6, so c7 runs into rook c6 check, and c takes b6, rook b6, bishop c8, king f8 is not entirely clear. If we get the king to c7, black is perfectly fine. So okay, it's a speculative line. There is also no reason for white whatsoever to go for this unless it's winning on the spot, because even after a move like rook a d8, rook takes d5 is not even a threat yet due to the back rank. In any case, Vincent played the move rook a d8, but this case he doesn't have king f8 in the position. So he goes for knight c6. We might be seeing then this takes d5 and then rook f d8.
I think that's a decent try for Vincent, actually, because if Magnus can't play d takes c6, is there a way for him? He can go f4 maybe.
When?
So after, say, for example,
takes,
queen,
yeah?
Queen d6, rook d6, d5, rook f d8. Can you try f4 to then support?
Okay, king f8.
Yeah, bishop g2.
Bishop G, but then I'm happy. Then okay, knight e7.
Knight e7, and I was thinking, like, can you play something like rook e3?
Rook e3. I want to get my knight to
d6. I understand, and I think it's. I think it's close.
I don't know how exactly I can get it, but okay, it's bad, but okay, the position is very bad.
No, Peter, knight takes d5, rook e d3, knight c3 check.
Oh, that's just too nice. That's too nice.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, so that definitely we might be getting something similar.
Yeah, in any case, okay, white needs to push d5. d5, rook f d8, and that's the critical position. Tadeusz has already informed me about the killer move, the killer punch here. The computer's killer punch. I wonder if somebody wants to still think about it. He can. In this position, there is a very nice and very nasty, quiet little move, after which white wins. Let's see if it will be played by Magnus or not. d5, rook f d8. I mean, the move is rook d1 to d3. And basically, according to computer, it just to win. It stops knight e7, yeah? And after king f8, now already d takes c6. Rook d3, c7 is a winning threat. And otherwise, the knight has to move, and the knight has nowhere to move after knight before rook b3 just wins elementary. So, okay, all eyes on Magnus here. Will he find rook d3? Because if black gets the chance to play king f8 and knight e7, it's a game. It's bad. White has clear advantage, and probably white will slowly win. But in a rapid game, black can put up some resistance. But after rook d3, it's basically over. Practically speaking, it's just over.
How different the position would be if the king was already on f8.
Exactly.
Right here, right?
Yeah,
Magnus...
that's why my feeling was there to play rook f8, rook h1, king f8. I just wanted to, you know, keep the position as long as, and Magnus goes rook d2. Okay, it's also strong move, but at least now after knight before we don't lose.
But yeah, this is this can't be as good, right, Peter? I mean,
well, I mean, at least okay, it should be good enough, but it's not winning on the spot.
okay, knight b4.
Yeah, let's play knight b4.
Now you actually, he wants to go a3. No, because there's the knight c3 check again. Sorry.
Yeah, then knight c3 check.
So what does he want here?
I mean, he clearly has an idea, because otherwise he's just losing the d5 pawn as well for nothing.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
He just wants to play f4, is it? No, but this, I mean, we have time to take, because we are setting knight c3 check. No, it's no time to.
Oh, knight takes d5. Yeah.
I wanted to, you know, set up some tricks like this, but we always have this knight c3. What does Magnus have in mind? Because after knight b4, so this rook e7, knight takes d5, rook b7 runs into knight c3 check. But we also see that computer still believes in white, yeah? That also after knight b4, then apparently.
But how? But how? That's the question.
That's the
also,
question.
maybe he's just going to go king f8. No, because
then dc6. Then
yeah, then that wins. Yeah.
Yeah, now d takes c6 is a threat. Yeah, knight b4 played, rook d4 played. Exactly. Yeah, this is the line that I wanted to get, but yeah, this is the way to get it. Yeah, rook d4, because then after knight takes d5, knight c3 is never set due to b takes c3 protecting the rook. That's the key difference. And otherwise, then I just do what I wanted. Yeah, rook e d1, king f8. You need to get to e7 to protect the rook to umpin, and then f4, king e7, bishop g2, and eventually the knight has to jump, and the b7 pawn will fall. And you can't jump to e3 because of tactical reasons.
Is that totally? Yeah, that ending probably is very bad, right? Because you can create the passed a pawn.
Yeah,
so,
well, I mean, you get some active king. Yeah, Magnus is going for it. I mean, at least there is some little hope for black, yeah, that the king is active. On the long run, however, it should be lost.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, rook e d1. Vincent down to a minute.
And Magnus with a lot of time here, 4.5 minutes. But Vincent's moves, next 3 or 4 moves are automatic, basically. So
yeah, exactly. He doesn't have a choice. Yeah, so f4 or bishop g2 doesn't seem to matter. But no, I mean, f4 looks more natural. Yeah, just, I mean, keep that bishop on h3 for the moment. f4, king e7, bishop g2.
f4, king e7, bishop g2. Can you go king e6, or is that insane?
Wow. Let's show. Let's check. I mean, it feels insane, but okay, we have to try. Yeah, why am I losing? Probably that's also what Vincent is trying to understand. Why am I losing here? Give me one more move, b6.
Yeah, b6, and it's we're okay.
Interesting. Okay, in any case, you also have, no, you don't have that. I know you have rook e1 check, and after king f6, rook e5. You can win the pawn like this. This is still keeping the rook on d4 so that knight c3 b6 is possible. But now, so Magnus taking his time.
Yeah, Magnus trying to calculate. Of course, this is not the moment just to play the insta moves, because black's moves are actually very forcing, and you want to make sure that you are playing precise as white here. You can't just give black an opportunity to consolidate here. Meanwhile, the other game has not started yet. Of course, keep you informed about that. Leko needs to win with the black pieces. So in 3 minutes' time, that one is starting. But for the moment, of course, we stay with the world champion. The greatest of all time for many people. Peter, is he your greatest of all time? Or
No, definitely not. I mean, simply for the fact that I played with him. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, otherwise, Magnus has all the criteria. Yeah, but simply, you know, I know him. I have also won some games against him. I have lost my share as well. But because of this, probably if I look back, you know, you ask me 20 years later, I will tell you, yes, of course. But at this moment, you know, all the historical guys are in the head, yeah, because you just never played with them. Yeah, it's a different story. But I think when looking back, yeah, when Magnus will already not play, and then people will just look at what he accomplished, more than 12 years, number one, you know, and who knows how long more. World champion since 2013 in the modern era, then probably you have no other right than to say that he's the greatest. But at this moment, since I'm looking at his games, I have played with him, I look at him like a colleague, kind of, yeah. By the way, bishop f1 played.
Yeah, look at this move. So bishop f1, king e7. He wants bishop c4.
He wants to win the f7 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
But he doesn't, right?
No, I mean king e7, bishop c4.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
He wants this.
But
I mean, smart.
$16 seconds for Vincent. Not easy.
Yeah, not
he's going to play knight b4.
Yeah.
He's going to play knight b4. Give the f7 pawn, go king e5. What?
He goes knight e3.
Rook e4 check?
Rook e6. That's the cheapo. That's
what?
the cheapo for cheapos.
What?
Cheapo for cheapos.
And he
and
took.
Magnus takes.
But there's a knight f1 at the end.
Yeah, knight f1. Maybe Magnus has missed it. Or is he going... Yeah, rook e1, rook d1 check. Oh my God, if Vincent would somehow escape, would drive Magnus crazy. I mean, just amazing.
How do you avoid the rook trade?
Yeah, how do you avoid? And after takes, bishop f7, knight f1. And look at this, the disappointment. I mean, Magnus wanted to be super clever and he tricked himself.
Wow.
Oh,
rook, knight e3, rook e4 check, rook e6. We're going to have to put that on the board, Peter.
Yes, we have to, because it looks like rook e4 is
what is this
finished.
move, rook e6?
And then rook e6. What a trick. What a sensational trick, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The point being that, okay, rook e6, fe takes, runs into knight f1 at the end with double attack. Wow, and now we are getting exactly this position that we discussed, that white played rook e1, and after rook d1 takes, king c1.
Yeah,
well, one could argue that the bishop is slightly bad, but I mean, I think this is already holdable easily.
No, it has to be holdable. The knight's active. You can even like bishop e2, f5. Okay, he's going to go f4. Well, if I go f5, g5, I might start taking black at some moment. My king gets to e5 real quick. I don't know.
But you can play bishop d3 and you are targeting my pawns, yeah?
But is that really ever a...
no, I mean, okay, you just play h6. Okay, but then king d2, knight d5 back, something like bishop e4, bishop c4, king d6 should be easily doable, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, okay, we still have excitement because I think for the match, it's very good if Magnus is not winning on the spot, because then we might be getting some more excitement. Bishop d3. Okay, h6 is very natural. Yeah, h6, king d2, knight d5. Yeah, we had Magnus on the camera. Yeah, he's very disappointed. I mean, okay, what a goal. And Vincent goes king d6. He doesn't care about the h7 pawn because bishop h7, g6, the bishop is trapped. And he wants to get that tempo with his king in the center. Clever play.
Very, very clever. And Vincent will be energized if he does, in fact, hold this. When he holds this, has to hold this.
Yeah, he needs
Surely.
to. Yeah, Magnus
Come
goes
on.
bishop b1.
Now
Look
just
at this.
now-
Computer is giving advantage for why. I mean, okay, h6, f6, then get the knight to e7. I stop any kind of anti-square on the king side, and then I just put a5, b6, and I sit with my king. King c7, king d6. Yeah, I think Vincent will try to set up this blockade. Computer is just going crazy.
Ignore the computer. The computer understands nothing.
Yeah,
About this
h6,
position.
king d4, and then f6 and knight e7, and this is a blockade. But yeah, Vincent also probably wants to put his pawn on a5 just to make sure that he only has the b6 pawn.
Yeah, it's just I
To,
just
to
can't
take care of, yeah.
can't imagine any.
He goes for
universe.
the knight c7. Yeah, this is the other setup. It was the question that do you want to put it on c7 or you put it on e7? Because now he locks down the queen side. Knight e6, king c4, knight c7.
Okay, you still go. Okay, king c6.
Yeah, knights. I mean, okay, I actually preferred the knight e7 f6 construction, but yeah, Magnus forces f6. Magnus will try to go for some Zugzwang. Yeah, this is this is famous. Yeah, that it could be tricky. Yeah, if f6 is forced, then king e4, king f5, king g6. Okay, black will go king e7, king f8, and then you start dominating this knight. And there are some kind of problems. It's not so trivial. It should be a draw, but there are some
What
problems.
about knight e6 here? Or is that just too much?
Vincent goes f6, yeah, king e4. Okay, he tries to play this systematically. Yeah, he just wants to set up this position. But the question.
But now g6. Now g6 f5 check.
No. Don't weaken.
No,
don't
yeah.
weaken the structure.
No, you're happy with this? Okay.
No, I'm not happy, but this is his strategy. Yeah, king g6, king f8, and then he wants to move with the knight, but not that he gets stalemated. Yeah, because this knight is okay. Still has knight e8, g4 played.
Yeah, he'll go knight e8, I guess.
Yeah, knight e8, but this is scary. This is really scary.
How does he do it? How does he make something from nothing there? I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, also Magnus shrugs off the disappointment quite quickly, but I mean, okay, it would be too much if this would be winnable. I mean, there are almost no material left. I mean, why is this computer giving such a big plus? I mean, because now he will get access to the e5 square with his king, yeah? So, okay, black needs to play king e7, but anyway, white will get the king to e5. King g6, king f8, h4, or just any move?
a4 maybe. I still don't believe this is winning. If this is winning...
Well, it's not about winning, but I mean, if practically it will be unpleasant, then with 1 minute on the clock, it will be so difficult to defend, yeah? That's the trick.
Knight c8. Oh, he goes knight e8. King f5, king e7, I guess. King
yeah,
e5.
now he gets this king e5 position, yeah? This is exactly what I was kind of afraid of. I don't know how bad it is, but I never liked the question how bad it is, yeah? It doesn't sound good. And wow, now the bishop dominates the knight. Yeah, Magnus now very happy. After all, he missed that chance, yeah, there to seal the game with this rook d3 idea. He thought like he's simply gonna win a pawn, then he did not manage to win a pawn. he had to try to win it again, and he puts pressure. I think maybe Vincent was just too careless. He thought like this is a dead draw position, but exactly my feeling was, you know, to get knight e7 and then
I
this
like
king
that
c7. That's why I was telling you that position, yeah, because there is no way there for white to break, or maybe even there he breaks. Yeah, maybe even there he breaks. Wow, it might be tricky. Okay, now he removes the bishop somewhere to f3. Yeah, it's logical. And then
but okay, now knight e6.
And then king d5.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's the idea. Yeah, now Vincent is trying to stay here,
Bishop
but
f5 he will play, I guess, or h4.
yeah, he gets zugzwang. Yeah, he will have to move with the knight, and then king is moving to d5, and eventually king c6. Ideas are coming if the knight moves. Wow, and you remember we were harsh with the computer bar that he was jumping, that, okay, it doesn't look so bad, but apparently this is very bad.
Bishop f5.
Yeah, just bishop f5. I mean, knight b5, king d5, knight d6, hoping for some knight c4 counterplay, but okay. Black will
Then
anyway.
bishop e3.
Yeah, then king d7.
Oh, okay.
Then I'm playing like this, but okay, this is all looking very dubious. Unbelievable. Yeah, people tell you always that in open position the bishop is stronger than the knight, but somehow when it's symmetrical you think like, okay, no way, okay, this should be an easy draw, and suddenly Magnus, this bishop b1, I mean, bishop b1 move was a stunner actually.
Wow.
Because you also make your opponent relax, yeah, that, wow, okay, there is only bishop b1, okay, so what's the problem? Knight a6, king d5, knight c5 played.
Yeah, so he's going to try and, you know, touch these pawns. So if king c6, knight a4, b3, knight c3, king b7, then you have some knight b5, and you attack a3 and knight d6 check is on the board. Let's put that on the board. I think that's important.
So you want king c6, knight a4, b4, knight c3, right?
Or b3, knight c3. And if king b7, important is knight b5, and we threaten knight takes a3 and knight d6 check. And that's a draw.
Yeah, this is so far on the board, but I mean, after knight c3, of course, you can just play bishop d3 first.
But very important, sorry, Peter, is that if the knight manages to sacrifice itself for both pawns, it's the wrong color H pawn. That's a very important detail.
Yeah, this is the hope. Yeah, this is the hope that black has, but it still feels like a very distant hope. Yeah, Vincent is spending his time. Is he planning some a5? Can he play a5? But it doesn't seem to work. Yeah, he goes knight c3.
No, but knight c3, king b7, a5. So
bishop d3. No, bishop d3, of course.
Okay, king e6. Or king e6.
Okay, then
8 seconds.
Then
king b7,
yeah.
a5.
I know,
knight
he just
a4 I don't like.
Yeah, he just jumps back. Okay, he's not controlling the situation with now a5. Okay,
now a5.
A5.
Yeah, now a5 has to be played.
Now a5 has to be played. Down
Yeah,
to 5 seconds.
And if bishop b5, you can take on b4. Very important.
Very important, yeah. a5.
Actually, how do you win this now? No, you don't. Because bishop b5, ab4, ab4, knight c3. And if bishop c6, knight a2. And b5, knight back to c3.
Yeah, well, it's still a bit tricky because this g pawn is
no, you can put the pawn on g5 so you don't get those weird.
Yes, you have to try to put g5, but still then you can try to play for some.
No.
But okay, if you get to the corner, yeah, should be.
No. Surely not.
No, when you are rooting for Cyan, then you don't know what to think. Yeah, ba5 played by Magnus. Yeah, he makes sure that black won't be able to force the trade immediately.
So king c6, bishop c2.
Bishop c2, yeah.
Knight b2.
I mean, no, knight b. I mean, yes, knight b2 correct because
yes,
knight c4 is coming.
Yes, and
So
bishop
you
b3.
need to play bishop b3.
Okay, he will.
Yeah, a4, bishop a2.
Yes, and then you need a rook. King d6.
Yeah, now king d6,
King
king
b6.
d6.
A4.
A4, yeah, we need the tempo, and then the knight start to jump. I mean, okay, now the king is also close to that pawn, and okay, we should be able to hold this. This should be.
No, this is an easy hold. Bishop f7, g5.
Yeah, you are coming, and then you trade that pawn, yeah.
Exactly.
Wow, is Vincent escaping here? Unbelievable. Bishop f7. Yeah, g5. Just push now this. But okay, yeah, Magnus wants to go bishop h5, bishop g4, protecting, not allowing g5, g4. But on the other hand, he's not winning the pawn yet, yeah? Even king b5 is not a threat.
Exactly.
But down to 8 seconds.
Vincent got to move. 5 seconds, Vincent. Knight d3. Okay. King b5. Knight f4 he wants, maybe. Now, go g5. How to do this?
No, he goes knight f4. Yeah, he wants to, yeah, h4, g6. He wants like this. Yeah, g6 now. And then knight g2. That's the way to trade the pawns.
Knight
oh
g2.
No, he goes knight g2. He could have played
oh no,
G6.
what's he doing? What's he doing?
No, he wants to take, knight c2 and he wants to take on...
Right. That's good enough.
But hang on, will he get into the corner in time?
He might not make the corner. Oh no, Magnus is going to put the bishop on g6. Wait,
yeah.
Is that a...
I mean, and then bishop a7, then you still have this g6 trick.
Is that a draw?
But I mean, okay, I would have loved to see g6 and then knight g2, just make sure that we trade that pawns. Yeah, bishop g6 played. Now also knight c2 is not yet possible. Down to 10 seconds.
Knight d1. Boy.
No, this is...
Okay. King c5.
This
okay.
is lost now. King c5.
Knight e3. Goodness me. It's just...
Oh my God. I can't talk even. Yeah, just...
King c3.
Oh my God. Especially because knight g6, knight g2 was a draw on the spot. Oh my God.
a4. Oh, this is...
I mean, okay, Vincent is showing some confidence. He's playing his moves quickly, like if he has foreseen something.
Actually, because
he wants to force the pawn to a6 and then go with the knight to hit the h5 pawn. Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, so Magnus doesn't let that happen. King b3, now knight c4 will be played anyway, I guess. So Vincent is setting up this kind of a fortress. Okay, my nerves. So sorry, guys, what my nerves.
I mean, he might bishop d3. He has to go back to, because knight a5, king c3 is tricky.
Yeah, where do you go? It's such a difficult question. Yeah, maybe knight e5 and then bishop e2, knight c6. You hold like this.
Yeah. Dark squared blockade. Knight e5. Knight e5,
Yes.
a5. Knight e5, a5.
Knight a5, knight e5, a5. Yeah, we don't want that.
Knight d4.
Knight d4. And Tadeas was rightly asking, but actually, why are we panicking? If we sacrifice the knight for the pawn, run with the king to f8, and after bishop a7, g6. Exactly, yeah, that's the setup.
The classic, of course.
Yeah,
we have to show that after. We have
that's what we wanted. But I mean, how do we sacrifice this knight for the pawn? That's the big question. Magnus goes king d3. And with little time on the clock, it's so easy to lose this, I guess.
Of course, yeah.
I mean, the king is threatening to march towards e4. How do you react now? I just don't really understand how to play with black. Where do you move that knight? Yeah, basically knight f5 is only move. Yeah, otherwise it's resigns, but it's so difficult. And knight c6, now king e4, and it's game over. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's it was kind of expected. Yeah, you just can't hold this with little time on the clock. Yeah, now Vincent is trying to run with the king to f8,
but he'll put the bishop on d5 and he'll get zugzwanged.
Exactly. That's
brutal. Absolutely brutal stuff. How brutal is chess, honestly?
Yeah, chess is merciless.
Crazy.
Yeah, now it's lost. No, okay, with few seconds on the clock, you just can't hold this, yeah, because when you have to jump to f5 and not to jump to f5, that's why I felt like this g6 and then knight g2 was such an important practical moment, yeah, because then you just make sure that that's it, finished. There is no possibility for surprise and no possibility for white just to fool around and wait for the decisive mistake. Yeah, now white's king has already got so close to the g7 pawn, bishop e2, yeah, just making sure that please make a move with the knight, yeah, king d6. Okay, slowly that bishop will reach to d5 as you mentioned. Yeah, king f4, okay, going from this angle.
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking stuff.
Well, I guess Magnus fans are super happy, but yeah, there are also some Vincent fans already out there, I guess. So yeah, that was close. That was very close. And after all, from a position which was very bad after the opening, yeah, I mean, it looked like Vincent might not survive, but then thanks to Magnus, he survived, and then he should have held it. Yeah, king g5, okay, knight e7. Yeah, trying to set up this blockade, but a5, I mean, there are just too many empty squares. Eventually, white's king will walk back, and a6, king b6. White's king is okay, but it's not so easy, because if no, but we are not in time. I mean, I wanted to target that pawn, but then h6 comes and the knight is always hanging. That's the problem.
The point is you can't go h5 because king g5, right? And it's
so that's basically an elemental win. Yeah, just king f4, king e5.
okay. I mean, it's winning, but it has been blundered before. Is Magnus going to blunder this? That's the question.
No, it won't. Besides, okay, I mean, anyway, the decisive maneuver will be the king going back. The question, does he even want to put bishop on c4 first? Yeah, he does.
And sorry, breaking news. Arjun is self-destructing against Le Quang Liam. Le Quang Liam totally winning, according to the chat. Wow. I mean...
Wow, and then we understand, you remember you said that Arjun was very unhappy that he did not manage to win that game.
Wow.
Yeah, just to illustrate the position, yeah, it really looks like white's king is gonna be checkmated. We jump back to the Magnus's position because yeah, Magnus is now making the winning plan. King is entering from e5, e6 to f7. And that's it. Basically, the game can be over any moment. And then Vincent will be in a must-win situation, just as Liam in the fourth game. And just to show that it's possible, actually, Liam seems to be winning. So we will be jumping right there after this.
Incredible
taking his time, because I mean, he knows that he's winning, and blowing it from this position that would be horrible. King f5, settling king g6, because actually you can allow the fork, the h pawn then marshes. And after 97 check, he gonna go king e6.
Yeah, I think 1 second as well. He made it with 1 second, but king g6 is going to be the end of Vincent in this game. Yeah, he's really upset. Hard luck for Vincent. Really tough. He's going to need all his strength for the final game if he's going to stay in this tournament. Meanwhile, Arjun, are we starting to see a bit of what his weakness from a purely sports psychology point of view? There's no doubting his talent. His rise has been astronomical, but we've seen a couple of instances now where when he hasn't converted, or when he's a bit too confident or maybe a bit too relaxed, he lets his foot off the gas and all of a sudden he's getting absolutely blown apart with the white pieces. And this is going to force this match into, is it Armageddon? It's a tiebreak, I beg your pardon.
It's a blitz playoff first.
Playoff, sorry, a blitz playoff first.
Yeah, it's a 5 minutes plus 3 seconds blitz playoff, which I'm very happy with. I think this is absolutely justified that if you play a rapid time control, jumping immediately to 3+2, playing any kind of tiebreak, I think it's not appropriate at all. And for example, really surprised and shocked that FIDE keeps on doing the World Rapid and Blitz Championship like this, because you get used to the 10 seconds. Yeah, you have this 15 minutes rhythm, and then all of a sudden this is just way too quick. Yeah, this is way too quick. I mean, in 5+3 you see so many good games. Yeah, because the players are controlling the situation much more. And then if it's a tie, then of course you can already reduce. Yeah, it shouldn't be like you always stick with 5+3. You start the first bracket 2 games 5+3, next is 3+2, and then okay, you can always continue, but just don't jump immediately there. Wow, but now what to do for Arjun? Yeah, bishop d4.
Well, I mean, the position's toast. You don't even have a move, do you?
Yeah, everything is falling apart. The light squares, there is no way to keep everything together.
What's really nice is bishop takes d4, c takes d4, knight takes e4, bishop g2 check is very cute.
But I mean, okay, you could have.
Oh, queen f3. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry.
But I mean, it's very cute. Yeah, bishop g2, just demonstration of power. No, that okay, I can do whatever I want. Yeah, no, it's hopeless. Yeah, completely hopeless. And you know what? In retrospect, I feel that for Liam, that he got into trouble in the previous game was very important, because after that he really appreciated that he still was able to continue the match. Yeah. Otherwise, if he gets advantage and then is not able to convert, then actually psychologically it would have been so much better for Arjun, yeah, that he survived a difficult game and let's play the 4th game. But knowing that Arjun had a chance to win, that's why he's having, I think, all these psychological issues in this game.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, he takes. Okay, bishop d4, c takes d4 is kind of natural. I mean, black can also play the move bishop g2. That's why he's hesitating. Yeah.
e3. Oh my god, e3. Threatening queen takes d5.
What, e3 now?
Yeah.
Even this is possible.
Looks like it.
Wow.
Yeah, and if bishop e5, bishop g2 check. And if you take queen takes d5.
Yeah, because just to highlight that, yeah, now bishop g2 check would be a blunder, because rook g2, queen d1, there is suddenly bishop g1 protecting, or even maybe rook g1, but yeah, it's already important to just to mention. And the big question, and e3 on the board, e3 played.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this king on h1. The light squares, yeah, as a Marshall player, I always enjoy this type of light square dominance.
Yeah, and Arjun realizing, it's just game over. Incredible. Even b7, you can play e takes d2, allowing b takes a8 equals queen and queen f3 check.
Wow, but you are really cruel, yeah? You just don't even want to take on d5?
No. Suffer, torture.
Just want to torture. I mean, you just want to show how good your position is, yeah?
Yeah.
Do whatever you want, yeah, but maybe it's time to design for white. Yeah, just such a terrible, painful position. No moves possible. And at the same time, I'm trying to make sense of Vincent losing this game. Yeah, that now he gets a chance, to play against Magnus with the white pieces, knowing that he needs to win. Yeah, and he also knows that Magnus will be super solid. Yeah, he's not giving any chances. And this will be a very nice test to see if Vincent already has the power or the opening knowledge to pose any problems to Magnus. Yeah, it's as a coach, I'm actually quite happy with this scenario. Let's see where he stands.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to be tough regardless for Vincent, especially to lose that ending. It's really tough, especially for a technician like Vincent. Even against Magnus, he's thinking, I really shouldn't be losing that ending. So we'll see what Vincent comes out. We're just waiting for Arjun to resign, basically, aren't we?
Exactly. I mean, there is we can't even tell you guys any lines because there are no lines. It just checkmate. So bishop takes c3, queen takes d5 check. Basically, any check on the long diagonal, and white has to give all his pieces not to get checkmated on the spot. And that's not what we're gonna discuss. And Liam bouncing back, so we're definitely gonna have one playoff. What a match it is, after all. Yeah, it's unbelievable. And Liam's such an incredible fighter, always finding a way to come back, using his chances. Now with the black pieces, he find the way how, because in fact, if the game ends, we can maybe quickly take a look how did he create himself the chances with the black pieces to be able to play for a win. Keep the game going.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Arjun just 28 seconds, understanding that it's hopeless. No moves.
Yeah, bishop e5 played.
Bishop e5.
Find the bishop e5. I mean, stopping at least queen takes d5.
Yeah, now you just take on d2.
Threatening queen f3 check.
And nice is queen f2, bishop g2 mate.
You are in a very cruel mood, yeah? I mean, this is, of course, beautiful. Yeah, double check, double checkmate.
Double check discovered, mate. Yeah, this is...
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, of course, beautiful if you give it. To be on the receiving end doesn't feel very nice. And look at this. Liam still has 8.5 minutes and he goes for bishop g2 check immediately.
Oh,
okay, takes. I mean, it's good enough. It wins on the spot. He trades everything, and then the
deep pawn queens. Yeah.
Very professional. Even here, no fancy business, just the most straightforward. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Arjun resigns. Yeah, so we have got 6 minutes to Vincent Magnus. It starts 9:10 and 15 minutes break for before the Blitz playoff.
All right, I think it's probably time then for us to just take a 5-minute break. We've been on since 6 o'clock. So we're going to just go for a quick breather, regain some energy for one Blitz playoff. And who knows, in the Kama versus Carlsen match. Very clear. Vincent needs to win with white if he's going to stay in this tournament. We're going to see in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi, I'm Leko Neronian.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof.
Grandmaster Adivan Bhaskar.
Grandmaster Hans Ziemann.
Grandmaster Lim Le.
Ivan Šarić, former European champion.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, he takes d4, good move, this d takes e4, the d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Baer said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is the semi-final of the Julius Baer Generation Cup, the knockout. It is, a very tense moment. At this point, the final game in the Carlsen-Kheymar 4-game series, very simply, Vincent Kheymar with the white pieces has to win. He got ground down by Magnus Carlsen, an absolutely glorious demonstration of how to win. Bishop versus knight, equal material, same pawns on each flank. You really should study that ending if you want to know just how to press. Now, of course, Vincent didn't defend it correctly, but even still, for Magnus to beat somebody of Vincent's level from that position is outstanding. Vincent needs to win. Arjun Erigaisi has had an English batting collapse in the other match. He was cruising 1.5-half, had a winning position in game 3, failed to win, and then completely collapsed in game 4 with the white pieces, allowing Leko Liam to basically draw the match after 4 games. They will be playing a blitz tiebreak, a blitz playoff, I should say. I should stop using the word tiebreak. A blitz playoff very, very shortly, which of course we will cover. For the moment, though, Peter and I are going to have a look at this Kheymar against Carlsen game where Magnus only needs to draw to qualify and get through to the final. So can Vincent magic something up here? That is the question.
Yeah, that's a very big question. And we do see that he deviates immediately. His first move is c4, trying to avoid the queen's gambit. And Magnus reacts with knight f6, knight f3, c5, knight c3, e6. Probably inviting, I don't think that Magnus wanted to go for the hedge go. I much more believe that he wanted to get the Dubov Tarrasch. I believe because he has quite a lot of experience there. But Vincent says, no, I'm going to go e3. And after d5, d4, we are getting the so-called, anti-semi-Tarrasch, right? Does this exist, this expression? If white plays d4, just to understand what kind of move orders we are dealing with, d5, knight c3, black plays the move c5, and white plays e3, declines any of these offers of going c takes d5, c takes d4, or the classical knight takes d5, then e3 is the move. And now it's Magnus to decide. Yeah, there are so many options for black. Yeah, you can play the classical move knight c6. Yeah, then we are in a symmetrical English. And black can also play the move d takes c4 and then play queen's gambit, accepted type of structures. Black can also start with a6. All kinds of possibilities here for black.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Magnus actually chooses here, because sometimes when you've got too many choices, it actually makes your life a bit more difficult. There are so many setups here. Very, very curious to see what he...
I think here the trick is that he has to keep the match situation in his mind, yeah? And probably now that's why he spends so much time to understand that and he goes for a6, yeah? He goes for this a6 move order. Maybe also understanding, because Magnus has all this, he knows all the games. Magnus really has some incredible memory, and he loves chess so much that he follows everything. Yeah, and I believe that he already has foreseen Vincent's kind of games, and now we are transposing to a very interesting territory after this cd5, ed5, g3, inviting black to go for c4, but this leads to some very messy double-edged middle games.
I think Vincent should be extremely happy to have this position on the board. He's going to get exactly what he wants. The double-edged middle games, pieces on the board. Yeah, sure, this is probably fine for black, of course, but what more could you ask for, basically?
Yes, that's absolutely true. On the other hand, I'm not sure that he is really into the details of the position. And we see that Magnus blitzes out. this is something that has been debated on the highest level. I remember some game, Caruana against Fan Forest from Vaikanze. I can't exactly recall who was white. That's my only problem. But I do remember that there was some ultra sharp game between these two great fighters. Bishop.
Yeah, I vaguely remember something. Yeah, Caruana Van Forest. Yes,
Yeah,
do
Caruana.
remember.
Yes, exactly. Which means that okay, if Jordan is this is Jordan's territory, we know that he has been Team Magnus. Maybe he is still Team Magnus. This should be a topical line which Magnus is very familiar with.
Yes, should be, but at the same time.
And sorry, there is also Artemiev Carlsen. Later that year in Aim Chess US Rapid. All right. And Vincent goes Queen A4 check and knight E5. So he tries to punish the bishop B4 move, but apparently it's not a good idea to punish or try to punish. I mean, the computer suddenly immediately jumped and claims that black is doing fantastically.
Really? Maybe it's just castles, knight takes c6, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and then some move like queen d7? Is that? But that doesn't feel fantastic. Why is this fantastic?
That's a big question.
That's a good question. That's the question.
Basically, that's why you have to, this is what I said, yeah, that you have to dig, yeah, you have to be prepared everywhere, because there are so many positions nowadays in modern theory which humanly, no matter how strong you are, you just can't evaluate, yeah, you just can't understand the essence, why things are working, yeah, because the way how Magnus is playing with a6 and then takes c4, bishop b4 is so provocative. So from the white side, you might have the feeling that, okay, so this is strategically probably a sound idea, but maybe tactically it does not work, yeah? And in fact, it turns out that you can't punish it tactically immediately. But
amazing.
Yeah, Magnus goes castle, so we might be seeing this line exactly. I believe that after knight c6, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, simply b takes c6 will be played. Yeah, bc6 on the board, and then just get the bishop to f5 and forget about the pawn and the material, because simply this is a wonderful Ragozin, and black is risking nothing.
But why is black risking absolutely nothing here? Let's try and understand. So I don't think you can take this pawn, right? I think that's clear.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, okay, the pawn is important in a sense that the d5 pawn will be, at least if we know nothing, maybe, yeah, okay, first castles, but I don't even believe that Magnus will bother defending this pawn. He might just go bishop f5. That's the move that I'm expecting. Bishop f5, and then, okay, something like bishop a3, rook, yeah, bishop f5 played, rook e8, and then maybe white needs to put the rook on e1 and then get the pawn to f3 to protect the e4 square, but I mean, black has total control of the position. Yeah, bishop f5 blitzed out. Yeah, this is exactly what I mentioned before the match, yeah, that Magnus is so experienced and has so many opening ideas. He knows everything. It's impossible to prepare against him. And it's simply impossible at such an early age to know everything. Yeah, it's tough. And then if Magnus gets always his will, then it's just very difficult to fight against him. Yeah, Vincent goes bishop a3. I'm expecting that he will play this rook e1 f3 idea. It would be very natural.
Yeah, I mean, black might have everything under control, but there's still plenty of fight in this position. I mean, this is not just winning for black. Might be better for black, but it's not winning for black.
Yeah, but the problem is that Vincent needs to win, yeah, and he needs to.
Yes.
And this is the problem. Yeah, if Vincent would be black here, I would be jumping from joy. Yeah, that okay, wonderful. Yeah, that's why Vincent takes the pawn. He at least knows that he has a horrible position. Then let me be at least pawn up.
Magnus is going to go h5 here, right? He's going to play. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, this could actually get a bit nasty because the light squares are. Do you play h3 here, or is h4 g4? That's just going to be sacrificed on g4. You don't think? Probably, yeah. Oof. What do you do here? What do you actually do here?
I don't know. It's just a terrible position. I mean, basically, simply this is the point that it's the modern evaluation. Yeah, that you can just sacrifice a pawn like this because the d5, c4 pawns are so strong. Knight on f6, bishop f5, very powerful. I mean,
is there any value in going f3 here and just giving the pawn and then just trying to like play rook e1 at some point and
but I mean also c3 is hanging, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like f3, rook takes e3, and then some disgusting move like, I don't know, queen b4, rook b8. It's a problem. Goodness me. You can't go bishop b4 because of a5. Goodness me. Do you just give the pawn rook c1, rook a1, rook takes c3, bishop e7? Can we try?
Well, I mean, I have queen b6 at the end of the line.
Bishop c5.
Queen b5.
Yeah, it's just hopeless, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Just hopeless. Yeah. I'm trying to find something. The more I look at this position, the more I hate it.
Ah, wow. Actually, we already have liftoff in the, maybe
Yes.
we can check out. Yeah. The tiebreak has started. The Blitz playoff is on. It was another Catalan. Okay. It was another Catalan. Very quickly to update. So Arjun is back to his classical Catalan. Queen a4, c6. Takes b5. So, okay. I mean, this is exactly the type of reaction we had been expecting from Arjun when he was leading. Yeah. Takes, knight c6 again, queen f3, rook c8. White is fighting for some microscopic edge, but I don't think that White can get any hope or any chances for advantage here.
Yeah,
Black is just too active.
Too active, too coordinated. b4 is good enough. Actually, got to be careful here with White, no? Knight a4, queen b5?
Yeah, no, knight e4. You have to go knight e4.
Yes, knight e4.
I mean, after all, this b4 is a slight weakness. I mean, I'm not such a big fan of this b4 move. Knight e4, knight d5. Wow, so knight d6 is met by knight takes e5.
Gee.
That would be a horrible blunder, but
oh my goodness.
Kind of very funny.
Actually, Arjun doing a good job here to what does he want? I mean, that's another thing. I never know what the guy wants from any of his games. Does he want to win? Does he want to draw?
We have no idea. Yeah.
No idea. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah,
random.
but actually, you know, I said that knight d6 would be a horrible blunder, and then suddenly, while I got silent, I was calculating something like this. I don't know how it works out. But you have queen b8. This is important, yeah. Queen b8, and then I can't take on c8 because the knight is then protected by the queen. Okay, all correct. Instead of this, now Liam has taken on c6 and then plays a3. I'm expecting that this game ends peacefully.
Really should, yes. Okay, let's go back to the Carlsen game.
Yeah, we can jump back. Yeah, Vincent opted for h3. But
oh my goodness, he might be getting mated.
h5, h3, bishop d3, rook f c1, knight e4, queen d1, queen g5.
Oh boy, knight takes f2 is in the air, ladies and gentlemen.
Definitely. Oops.
And look at this bishop on a3, the rook on a1. Oh my goodness.
And look at black's pieces. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just.
Okay, basically this structure just gives the decisive factor, yeah, that everything is working in black's favor.
Catastrophe.
a total catastrophe. Yeah, queen e1, okay, only move basically, but there will be a sacrifice on g3. However, I'm expecting Magnus even to follow it up with rook a8.
Yeah, this is just over, isn't it? Practically speaking, it's over. Even objectively speaking, you know, without checking the evaluation, you know, just looks toast. 0 moves. Actually, 0 moves. And Vincent, he's coming to terms with, you know, the reality of his situation.
Yeah, of course. But this is exactly, you know, the point. Yeah, why I was so happy that Vincent gets a chance playing against Magnus in a match. Yeah, because this is the moment when you really understand how strong Magnus is. Yeah, that okay, now probably knight takes g3 and then rook takes c3 just finishes the game and the match. But maybe even no need, maybe no need even to sacrifice anything. But as long as you don't have a okay, Magnus goes rook g6, just systematic approach. As long as you don't get a chance to play against Magnus, you only see his games, and he's of course great, everything, but you don't get this incredible feeling that you encounter when you play him and you try to give your best and he's just, you know, dominating. And in this match, he did not want to do any stupid thing, yeah, because sometimes in the preliminaries, okay, he's gambling stuff. We have seen him play e4 g6 and then getting lost after 6 moves or 5 moves against Prague. No, none of it. He just plays main repertoire, absolutely main repertoire, and gave Vincent no chance of really showing his big strengths.
Absolutely.
Ah, wow, by the way, look at this. Arjun got a knight on f4. White has a damage pawn structure. I mean, this is looking terrible.
What happened to Liam Lequan's position? It was just fine. And now this knight on f4 is an absolute monster.
Yeah, and now setting up h5, yeah, because h5, queen, h4, g5 traps the queen.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, h4 was played out of despair, but now probably also h5 just almost finishes the game.
H5,
you have to play queen d1, only move.
Queen d1.
Queen g5, knight h3.
Yes. Queen d1 will be played. And now what is... Can you just go hell for leather here and play g5? Now he played queen e5. This is, of course, a much better move, but I thought g5 might be interesting there. But oh no, I blundered knight takes h5, excuse me. Yeah. Okay, queen e5 is clearly much better.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Queen e5, total domination. Weakness on b2, weakness on e4, weakness on h4, weakness with the king on g1. And okay, whenever you see this kind of construction, then you know that, wow, now apparently after rook c1, it's game over. Computers are, however, too brutal, yeah, that sometimes humanly you don't see yet why it's so completely winning. But they are screaming out, takes queen f6, just very easily. The h4 pawn is falling, and then white will be checkmated. Okay, queen moves away, and then h4. It's finito.
Yeah, the knight on f4 doing an amazing job. Protecting h5, protecting e6. Nothing to do. It's over. Queen h4 is catastrophe. Catastrophe for Liam Lequan.
Yeah, I mean, after bouncing back, yeah, it just shows that how tricky this situation is. Yeah, sometimes you bounce back and then you are so euphoric that you are back alive, that you lose the concentration, you lose the grip on the momentum. And often it's very similar, in my opinion, to tennis. Yeah, when you lose, for example, in tiebreak, some very big tiebreak against someone, and then usually the guy who loses comes, you know, to the next set with some incredible determination to make it right what happened to him in the tie breaks. And I feel like something similar happened here. Arjun wants to correct his mistake. He just says that in order to forgive himself for what he has done to himself in the fourth game, he needs to win now. Queen h4, queen. Okay, this is basically
Queen g4
requires no commentary. Yeah, it's queen g4, queen g5, just next h4, and it's over.
Let's go back to the Magnus game, because this really is just over. I mean, the Magnus game is also just over. I mean, rook ab1.
Okay, here the good thing is, yeah, rook ab1 is a nice move. Yeah, provocation. Please take that rook. Then at least I'm gonna get rid of this monster bishop on d3. The only problem is that black is winning no matter what. Okay, Magnus, wow. So Magnus takes the strategical approach. He just takes and goes back queen d8. He doesn't want to speculate with any piece sacrifice whatsoever.
Yeah.
So what does he want? I mean, okay, he just wants to enjoy that he's exchange up. He still has this monster knight on e4, and that's it.
Yeah, there's just no moves here for Vincent, quite simply. Yeah. Not ideal. Vincent's fully aware of the situation. He needs a miracle, more than a miracle. Has Leko actually finished the game?
Yeah,
No.
well, it's completely hopeless. Yeah, queen 3 pawns versus rook and knight. And then e4 will be played.
E4.
Yeah, or any king move first. Yeah, it depends.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, e4. So it's over now. He's gonna probably push king. Yeah, okay. He goes queen f3 so that white is not able to even play the move rook f2, e3, and now it's time to resign. I mean, the time was there to resign a long time ago, but yeah, now finally Liam resigns. That's it. And what it gives us, that Liam is back on into the situation that he needs to win on demand with the black pieces.
Yeah, and it's happened before. And by the way, has Arjun lost something like 4 out of the last 5 white games that he's had? Is that right? Or something ridiculous like that? Or when he's won
yesterday, yesterday he always won with white and then lost with the black pieces.
Black. Okay. Yeah. So, but he's basically, every game he's won recently, almost all the games immediately after he's lost. He's won a game and lost, won a game and lost.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. But now he has the white pieces again. Right. I mean, that was the first novelty today, that he lost with the white pieces, a must-win situation. I mean, in a must-win situation for his opponent. Yeah, Magnus just goes back rook b6. Yeah, he says like, okay, I'm exchange up and I have the winning position. I don't need to do anything. I just gonna come and enter on the b file. The bishops are not finding any. Targets.
Just utterly hopeless.
I mean, okay, now you can kick the knight away, but then the knight just falls back to f6, and then the rook switches back to e6, putting the pressure on the e3 pawn.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, you know, what can we say? There's not, the position is not that interesting to even talk about, basically. It's just...
Yeah, I think about what we have really to talk about is the experience Vincent can gain from it. Yeah, that Magnus took the match incredibly seriously, showing the big respect for Vincent. And by doing that, he made sure that he controls the match. Yeah, there was not a single moment where Vincent could get this moment, that this feeling that, aha, maybe I can do something. Yeah, and I think this is very important. And also for long terms, I believe that Vincent will learn a lot from this, because it just illustrates how strong Magnus is.
So strong. You know, I was with him for a few days, Peter, and as I said, last weekend I was in Oslo, you know, I spoke to him about this tournament, everything that's going on with the Neiman situation. But one thing he said to me is, I absolutely am going to win this tournament. I want to win this tournament. He was motivated. He did work for this tournament, you know, and he's showing some really good chess. Really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, we have followed with Tanya also so many of these Champions Chess Tours, and we have never seen Magnus so sharp and so determined as in this event. Yeah, it was clear that he means business right from the start. He has also, I think, made a record score in the whole Champions Chess Tour. Nobody has won the preliminaries with such an amazing score, even by throwing that one game. I mean, really, his play was just very impressive. I mean, one game he showed weakness was exactly against Vincent in the very last round of the preliminaries when he was completely lost. Yeah, but managed to swindle Vincent. And I think that was the lesson that he learned, that no, I will not repeat that mistake. I will not let Vincent get a nice playable position which he believes, which he likes. And none of the games really went the way how Vincent wanted.
Yeah, and I think that's actually, if we think about his greatest skills, or his greatest skills that aren't that apparent, for me, that's his greatest skill. The way he manages to guide positions and openings in a way that is less pleasant for his opponent, makes his opponent play positions that they don't have such a good feel for. Whereas, of course, he's completely universal, can play everything. That's maybe why somebody like Ivanchuk, if you really think about it, has actually got a number of wins against Magnus, because Magnus can't take another universal player into a particular area where he's going to feel uncomfortable. Does that make any sense?
It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And Magnus himself was stating that, yeah, Ivanchuk is as close as it gets to his style. Yeah, it's very much the spirit of Chucky. And we have liftoff in the other game. We can then jump back.
Let's go there. Absolutely.
Yeah. Because, okay, here this is a one-man show. Magnus is dominating. And here now we know that Liam is the one who needs to win on demand with the black pieces. He goes for the King's Indian kind of structure, but he does it with D. Okay. So it was D4 G6. And then Arjun said, no more provocation into a Pierce. I want to play a King's Indian. A5, H3, rook E8, E4, E5, rook E1, H6. So the classical traditional ways. We know that this is a dream scenario from white. Simply, this is what you can hope for. Yeah, takes, knight C5, queen C2. And then put all your pieces in the center. Rook AD1 to follow, and then you decide if you're gonna push F4 and then put the bishop on F2, or how exactly. But yeah, this is. I also don't think that Liam has too much of an experience. This is like a must reaction, not because he's happy with what he has got.
Yeah, it's a sort of opening you play when you kind of need to win, but you know deep down it's awful. I think it got more awful over the years. Like in the 90s, you could find a bunch of players, Hebdens and the Gallaghers, playing this and kind of doing okay, but now it just seems dreadful. No redeeming features really for the black position. All of black's pieces are worse. White has got more space. White has got more targets. So it's just bad. And I think if you put this on the computer, it just spits out +1.5 without too much work. And yeah, F4. I mean, this move is fine. It's a little bit loose, but it's actually completely fine.
Yeah, F4, knight D4. Okay, so Arjun is just playing the most straightforward way. Yeah, he doesn't want to fool around. He wants clarity. Looks very nice.
It's just a perfect opening choice by Arjun here.
Yeah, of course. GST system against the kings in them when you are. Wow. And knight c5, he blitzes out knight db5. Why on earth would you just blitz it out on the spot?
So what happened here? Sorry.
I mean, after knight c5, he just a tempo with 5 minutes on the clock goes for knight db5, seemingly believing that this just wins the game on the spot. But computer disagrees.
I mean, this is completely insane.
Why on earth the opponent needs to win? Why do you need to get into such a messy stuff?
No, this is just such. This is really, really poor, and this is an area of Arjun's game. I hope either he has a coach or some management or teammates that can really sit down with him and just say, look, this is just not the way to play when your opponent needs to win. It's insane to give a piece like this. It's unnecessary.
I mean, especially because he's in such a brilliant situation. Yeah, he controls the whole board. Black is the one who is looking for how to create chaos, and he has no way of creating chaos. And instead of this, then Arjun himself, of course, the position is nice. He has very nice compensation, but he has sacrificed the piece. And Liam, this is the maximum that he could have hoped for.
I mean, this is unbelievable. When knight b5 lands on the board, you're over the moon, because you manage to get chances in a position where you've got no chances, and you have to take huge risks to create chances. So this is just really, really a part of his game which he's going to have to do some major work on. Now, that's not to say he won't win this. He might just win this position still, but just lack of experience.
Yeah, or nerves, or I don't know. Yeah, because on the other hand, that's why everybody is so excited about Arjun's chess. Yeah, that he plays all these very sharp, razor sharp, dynamic, crazy games. But simply, yeah, rook a6 comes. Yeah, rook a6 followed by knight f6. I mean, it was not called for. Absolutely not called for. I mean, Liam was going crazy. The opening didn't go his way at all. Yeah, he was just trying how to get some chances, and then you give it to him on the spot.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Magnus is still playing.
Well, he's crushing. Yeah, he's just systematically crushing. Vincent is down to 10 seconds. Yeah, now we're gonna see a rook takes e4, sacrifice, and White's position is falling apart.
Vincent on the verge.
Yeah, I mean, it even hurts to look at it, yeah, because this is a massacre already. This is not a chess game, it's a massacre. I mean, okay, rook takes g2, rook e2, queen e4, checkmate, one thing. Maybe even rook e2, you can just sacrifice your queen after rook b8 and then deliver checkmate there as well. I mean, you can choose as you want. Yeah, Magnus, you chooses rook e2. And finally, he will check the queen on c1, yeah. And Vincent resigns. Big congratulations to Magnus. He really showed who the boss is in this encounter. And I think on the other hand, Vincent will take a lot from this match. And thank you very much for Magnus for taking it so seriously. It was really wonderful demonstration of power.
Yeah, just too much for Vincent in the end, and losing that ending, I think, took the wind out of Vincent. It's very difficult to recover from that psychologically, because you were worse the whole game. You managed to find a way to equalize, So the emotion is high, so you're on a high, and then to come down again, it's really, really tough to then just try and reset. So Magnus winning that was completely understandable. And in this game, well, we've got a mess, haven't we? I mean, fair play to Arjun. He's managed to really mix it up here. It doesn't at all look clear to me.
Yeah, it's actually now looking quite good for him, but still it doesn't change anything yet. The reason why we have been criticizing him, that the situation did not call for it. That's the only thing. For chess advertising purposes, it's wonderful, because okay, it's a very exciting game, lot to play for, but for his nerves and for his fans, probably this was a little bit too much.
Yeah, 97 now on the board, and
we are having a Magnus interview, I think.
Nah, that was a shame, because
you won it.
I had I had done everything correctly up to a certain point, and then I blundered at some point. I made the wrong rook move, and I realized my mistake right after. It's a bit disappointing. Anyway, after that, it's fairly equal. Then I managed to outplay him again, and even after that, I blundered something simple because I played a little bit too quickly and in a good position. But yeah, that's the way it is. And then the fourth game, I think he just made a poor opening choice, and I mean, I was just winning from early on, or I just his position, his pieces just had no scope whatsoever. So that was okay. But I got to say, especially the first game, I was really impressed with his with his play. He's very, very strong, as you could see from the end of game 3 and also game 4. He still has some challenges connected to experience and practical play, but basically he's a very good player.
And taking it a little bit back to game 3, one of those situations where we see actually most players giving up, but you keep grinding, looking for that winning plan. Is that your biggest strength in chess, if you're going to choose one strength?
No, I don't know, but I don't think anybody would have given up there. I mean, I wasn't risking anything, and I mean, I'd almost given up hopes of winning, but never completely. But it's certainly one of the things that I sometimes do well. That I play to win, I push, and then if that's not enough, then I try to push some more.
Are you enjoying it, playing those games, or is it frustrating for you as well?
Can be frustrating for sure, especially if I know that I missed opportunities early in the game. But you gotta try. Yeah.
Now, Magnus, your performance rating in the tournament is now up to 2934. You have now a peak rating on the tour of 2883. I think actually it's possible for you tomorrow to reach 2900 on the tour. What would that mean to you?
I haven't thought about it, but would be nice, yeah. But most important, whoever I face tomorrow, it's about winning the match. The rating would be nice. It's not a guarantee.
And we're looking at Blitz game number 2 between Arjun and Liam. I don't know if you're seeing the screen, but the bar just went over to Arjun's side. And if he wins it, he will be your opponent. What is your take on this game if you're seeing it?
Yeah, I think Liam probably had chances earlier, but I'm pretty sure the moment has passed him by. Now I think Arjun's position is a little bit too strong, so I think he'll make it through.
And Arjun, another super strong Indian teenager. What's your experience with him?
I mean, I only played a couple of games against him. The first was a draw in the World Blitz, and the second was the first game of the preliminaries here. But he's amazingly strong, very good practically as well. So he's a very tough opponent, as I said. earlier on an earlier day, I think he's certainly a top 10 player in the world when it comes to rapidly.
Yeah. At 19, you were already 2,800. What chances do you give Arjun of becoming what we call in the studio super duper grandmaster at 2,800?
If I was him, I wouldn't focus too much on that. It's clear that he's improving. He's doing very well, and you know, he's probably also gonna have challenges at some point. But that they come potentially when playing against the best in the world and not before. Very, very positive, and I'm very curious to see how he will do also in other events against top players.
Yeah. First of all, excited to see him probably play you tomorrow. Best of luck in the final, Magnus.
Thank you.
All right, hearing from Magnus there, full of praise for Vincent. Peter, you'll be happy to hear that. You know, he mentioned something about his practical play, maybe some work needs to be done there. Full of praise also for Arjun as well. And Arjun looks to be actually doing very, very well now, doesn't he, this position here?
Yeah, he just wants to prove us completely wrong, yeah, that we were shouting out that why do you do this? Well, here is the reason. Rook b8, rook takes f8, queen h8, checkmate. That's how he wants to end the game.
Yeah, and that's how the game will end. Yeah. No checks anywhere, and bishop e8, you can go d7, which is really brutal.
Exactly.
Arjun going to win this. Going to just play d7 here. Just no shot. Yeah. And Leko, just take it. Taking it is good enough. And Leko may resign here. Well, plays queen a1.
No, okay. I mean, in the blitz game you don't resign, but yeah, queen e7 and it's over. Yeah. Or queen e8. I would have preferred to put it on a dark square. Yeah,
yeah, me
because,
too.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. Resigns. What a power performance by Arjun. Yeah, after losing that fourth game, yeah, Liam also showed incredible power of fighting back. Yeah, winning on demand with the black pieces, but then in the blitz, Arjun was somehow just sharper. Yeah.
And you can see him there. He's kind of smiling with a bit of relief, actually, if anything. You know, relieved to have finally come through that tough match. Arjun in the finals against Magnus Carlsen. That is an interesting final. Of course, Magnus, big favorite. But Arjun, he's a tricky customer. And if he gets in his groove, anything could happen. What do you think, Peter, about
absolutely.
this final?
He already also has tremendous experience playing against top guys in all these rapid blitz events. I think we're going to have an interview with Arjun pretty soon. Not yet.
Okay.
However, not yet. Okay, we are
Not
waiting.
yet.
Will be very interesting to hear his point of view also. If Kaya will ask him that why are you always losing when you are leading the match? Yeah, that it looks a little bit strange. Yeah, that he is so dominating and he controls, then he wins, and at some point then something happens to him. If he manages to handle this situation better, then very difficult to stop him.
Absolutely, yes. And, you know, if he manages to make a few adjustments, now this isn't going to happen overnight. It's not how it works. But if over the coming months, if he manages just to find a bit more of a pragmatic approach when he's up in a match, up in a game, you know, moves like knight db5 today, just totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. Let's hear from him, though.
Thanks a lot.
We did see you take a little bit of a moment there, even a little fist bump. What does this mean to you?
It means a lot. Reaching the finals of a Champions Chess Tour event, which is always very strong, and also the match was very close. I could have finished it off in the third game, but I kind of hesitated. I didn't find the killer bishop d2, and after that fourth game, I was very nervous and I played bad. And after losing the fourth game, I wasn't sure how it would go, but I'm glad I managed to win it.
Yeah, second day in a row you win it in blitz tiebreaks. How are you able to stay so calm? What are you doing in between games here to focus?
I'm just trying to take the current game, like I'm trying to forget the previous games and about the future games, just take one game at a time and focus on that. And I think I'm managing to do that pretty well.
Definitely. Are you talking to someone in between the games, a coach, a family member?
Oh yeah, I talk to my parents.
Okay, what are you talking to them about, chess or something else then?
Oh no, they just motivate me. They say it's okay, be confident and stuff like that. And also sometimes we talk non-chess terms.
Fantastic. How cool to have a fan club there in your house. And now to play Magnus Carlsen in the final. I understand you don't have too much experience playing against him.
Oh yeah, it will be very interesting to play against Magnus that two days in a row. And I'll definitely learn a lot. It will help me with my chess for sure.
Yeah. And actually, your fellow Indian teammate, Pragnananda, in Miami a month ago, he was actually able to win his match against Magnus in blitz tiebreaks. Will you talk to Prag to get some tips heading into the match?
Not really. I don't think so. I think I'll just try to play my best chess and see how it goes.
Yeah, fantastic. And we are looking forward to this final. What's going to be your plan, your strategy?
Nothing particular as such. Maybe I'll just check some openings and try to play my best chess.
Yeah. We are looking forward to it. We wish you best of luck tomorrow and on the final day, Arjun. Enjoy this moment being in the final.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Congratulations again.
All right, Arjun, obviously very gracious in victory there. Very interesting to hear that he speaks to his parents between games. You know, clearly has a very close relationship with them, and they give him the confidence and inspiration he needs in tough times. It's very rare that you hear that. Normally it's a coach or a friend, but that's really nice to hear.
Yeah, it's kind of a very special situation, right? That it's like 15 minutes break between the games. You just finish your game, then you have to try to forget about it. I also feel like maybe getting into some chess lines with a coach doesn't really help. Yeah, because exactly as he says, he tries you should try to forget as quickly as possible what happened in the previous game. Of course, if you don't know exactly what to do in the next game, then advise or to check with your second to know which variation. But there is so little time, and also the security measures, yeah, that you have to be on the call. You know, how do you look at your chess analysis? Do you have the chance even to look at your computer analysis once you finish your game to prepare for the next game? There are just few minutes. You need to anyway go to the bathroom. Probably you need to refresh yourself, grab some food, a bit, some snacks. Just so difficult to do real chess work there.
Yeah, it's almost impossible, and it can actually have a negative effect, can't it? Because you're trying to squeeze all of that chess prep in 5 minutes. It's just not really, feasible. So I really like that approach of just speaking to somebody or people that can lift your spirits, make you think a little less about precise lines. Very curious to see how this final plays out, Peter. I'm going to be watching this from start to finish. It happens. Well, it's over 2 days, isn't it? 2-day finals starting tomorrow. Set 1, let's call it, tomorrow, the 24th, set 2 on the 25th. And then, of course, if tie breaks, or rather playoffs are needed, then we'll get them. But a mouth-watering prospect. It's been fun. Once again, Peter, thank you so much, as always, for being brilliant, and a lot of interesting games there. Commiserations, of course. I know you would have loved to have seen Vincent win his match, but I'm sure he'll learn a lot and get better in very short time. But it is Magnus Carlsen who wins. It is Arjun who wins a roller coaster ride. Those two will be playing it out to win the Julius Baer Generation Cup over the next couple of days. Hope you all enjoyed the commentary. Don't go anywhere, of course. We'll be back tomorrow with that final. I might not be back. Peter will be back. Tanya probably will be back. And if she's not back, I might get the call to come in. Let's see. Thanks again to Tadeus as well, for our producer for today, and everybody who watched. It's been a pleasure. Last words, Peter?
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, it was wonderful to experience this match between Vincent and Magnus. It was, I think, very interesting in the sense that Vincent got this experience how to play against Magnus or what to expect from Magnus in a match situation. Yeah, it's a completely different Magnus. There was this critical moment. If Vincent is able to hold that game 3 in that dramatic fashion, then of course in the last game he could have played something where he's much more familiar. Then we could have reached the Blitz playoff, where Magnus, of course, with his experience, would have been a big favorite, heavy favorite, but it was close. However, like this, that Magnus won game 3 and Vincent was in a must-win situation, then it just turned out that, okay, Magnus with his smartness, with all his experience, with his opening knowledge, didn't give a chance to Vincent at all to get a game and just crushed him. I think that's a wonderful lesson. I think many times from losses you can learn much more. So I'm, despite the result that Vincent lost, of course, I'm not happy that it happened. As a coach, I think that he will take so much from this match that in long terms it will help him tremendously.
Amen to that. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, everybody. This is us signing off. See you tomorrow for the final. Is it going to be Magnus? Is it going to be Arjun? Only one way to find out. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Grandmaster Hans Zeman.
Grandmaster Lim Quang Le.
Ivan Šarić, former European champion.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, he takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.